Hello! Hello! My buttons didn't work. That's why there was a delay there. My buttons stopped working right at the wrong time. Let me just double check them. Oh no, now they're working again. Look, look, they're working. Watch. Nope, they're not working. Never mind. Technical nonsense. Give me 1 second. Let me... Why is that not the right... I don't know. Anyway, hey everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's not Sunday. No, it's Tuesday. Welcome one and all to this little extra fun... just checking my lights. Extra fun live stream on the eModels channel. That's emodels.co.uk. There. Hang on, let me update the chat. Chat's not working. Oh, do you know, nothing works in this flipping software. Hang on. Let me update the chat. Do you know, honestly, having to handhold all the software, it's just nonsense. Let me get this going. Come on now. Come on now. Refresh it. Refresh it. It's not going to work, is it? Oh. Oh, why is my chat not working? Why is my chat not working? Source. Do that and do that. And I may just give up on the chat, seeing it doesn't want to work. There, we'll turn it off. There we go. Means you've got all this nonsense over here, this extra green space here, which is kind of annoying. But just give it one more try. Come on. Come on, populate. Oh, nope, doesn't want to work. Doesn't want to work. It's near 8. One more try, one more try. See if I can get it right for you. Come on now. Come on now. You can do it. You can do it. You are the little chat box that could. Nope. Oh yes, hello! It's working again. Woohoo! There we go. It's the massive chat box of 2 lines of chat. Hopefully that will update itself. Everybody start chatting and it might update. Anyway, welcome one and all. Welcome, welcome to this extra little live stream. As I said in the live eModels show yesterday, I have a batrillion decals to put on the Millennium Falcon. I'm doing the perfect grade Millennium Falcon. And you can see here, everything's a bit weird on screen because I've got to fit this big thing in. I've got a billion decals to put in. A small number of big coloured squares, and then all these, all of those. Yeah, TK would love this. He probably got off these decals and all of his kits. So I've got all these decals to do, and I figured I'm not going to sit here on my own just talking to myself for hours and hours and hours. So I thought I'd come and hang out with you guys and do a bit of a chat, bit of a stream on the eModels channel. So welcome one and all. Just obviously to let everybody know, this is of course an eModels show on the eModels YouTube channel, so please don't swear in the chat. It's family friendly, and obviously the chat's there, so please don't swear in the chat. I'm not going to be swearing, of course. And please don't discuss other retailers in the chat, because this is an eModels show for emodels.co.uk, your one-stop shop for all your model making needs. Yes, all of them, every single one. It caters to all of them. So yes, welcome, welcome. So today we're going to try and do some decals. I don't know how many, probably not many. I'll have a quick look at the chat and see who we have in. We do have some mods in, of course. We have Chris at Gross Models and Colin at Festus67's workshop. That I can see straight away. Welcome to 2 of those. Your mods are lovely and they'll keep you safe, but if you cross them, they'll burn you alive, cut you into little tiny cubes, and then launch you into the heart of the sun. So don't cross the mods. They're lovely unless you cross them. Retro Rabbit Studio and Russell Wilson are in. Model Making Mayhem is in. Welcome, Model Making Mayhem. Timber is in. Welcome, Timber. Graham McRobert is in. Hello, Graham. Phil Lewis. We have... It seems very dark in here, even though I've got all the lights on. For some reason, it feels like there's a light missing somewhere. It's very strange. Who else we got in? Retro Rabbit we've done already. Swigging Pig is in. Welcome, Swigging Pig. We have... Who else is coming? Tim Young. It says words. Words. Yes, welcome, Tim Young. Ian Thompson's in. Welcome, Ian. AJ is in. Tim Young. Emma Jane Young. Tim Young and Emma Jane Young. Any connection there? Or just purely coincidence? And Michael Brown says, hi, Fox. Yes, hello, welcome one and all. If you see me in chat, I'll be logged in as me, as Model Making Guru, not as eModels, because I can't log in as eModels on my iPad to do the chat without causing security issues at the eModels end. So if I do any typing in chat, it'll be as me, not as eModels. So yes, we are going to be working on some decals tonight. As you can see, yeah, I've kind of gone ahead and put the whole together now, because I've got to the point where I need to move Gunpla out of the way. You just go there, Gunpla. I've got to the point now where I need to be able to do the weathering and put decals on, and I can't be doing with like half a hull and a bit and things here and there. So what I've actually done, and if you are making a Falcon and you get to this point, you can keep everything separate if you want, but if you want a handy tip, build it all up. I've not attached anything permanently. The rec 10 dish is removable. Get everything put together. There are still some greebles that have got to go on. You can see here there's some gaps. These greebles have to go on yet. The little pipes and tubes that actually go across like the mandible and the hull. So I haven't added those yet. I've got to get them painted up and then put them in. So I might avoid any of those that go over decals or run decals. Get it all assembled, and then it's easier to work with when you're doing weathering and when you're doing decals and stuff. And what I've actually done, it's quite a simple way of doing it. You see I'm spinning it round. Because we've got both the upper and lower gunwales in, I can't just rest it like that on the bench, because you'll break the guns in the gunwales. So what I've done is I've got my little spinny thing from my air spray booth, from my spray booth, and I've just got 3 rattle can tops and take them down in a triangulatory format there, you can see. And what I do is I've got them designed just that. If I place it carefully, I can rest it on those 3, and these 2 side ones will sit on these things underneath, and this will sit on the front, and it avoids me knackering the cannon down here, the gunwale gun here. I don't want to knacker that. So what I do is I just get this very carefully, and I just gently, I just make sure I'm doing it right. Have a look underneath and make sure it's okay. Yeah, that's all fine. And it means now I can quite easily work my way around doing decals, or when I'm doing my dot filters or my streaking, I can work my way around, no problem at all, and everybody's happy. The only tricky bit, of course, is when you do anything on the wall, the side walls. That's where it gets a bit tricky. But that's where if you're not filming, it's a lot easier because you just stand it on its side. Now, interestingly, I did do a thumbnail for this stream tonight, and the photograph is me at the bench. I don't know if you saw it. It's me at the bench, or a cartoon of me at the bench with a falcon on the workbench. And it was the last time I did a falcon, which is about 6 years ago now. So the last time I had a falcon on this bench spinning around like this was about 6 years ago. So yeah, so this is all the base coats done, all the painting, priming, pre-shading, all that's done. I have assembled it all. The wiring and everything is interior here. It's all been done. I've not got the battery pack in there. That's out there at the moment. I've put the lighting channels in, and we've got the back roof. You got the patio roof on. That's on there, and basically it's ready now for all the decals and weathering. So that's what we're going to be doing tonight, is cracking on with the decals. We might not get many of them done, but I'll get some of them done. Now, the trick for me is, of course, trying to stream it is a bit of a pain because I've not got enough space. I like to have my decals away from my tray of water, but it's a bit squidgy tonight. I'm a bit short of space, so never mind. Anyway, Gross Models says,
I need model smoke, I need model smoke, I need model smoke, I need model smoke.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And I've just realised, by the way, the reason that my buttons weren't working earlier on is because I was pressing the wrong one. Yeah, rat fans. Let's have a look. Gross Model says finger words. Mayhem says finger blap. Gross Model says chat. Blasco Blamo. Well, people just talking nonsense. Chat bar goes here. Oh, I see. You're just putting chat in to make it go up. Yes. Yes, it works now anyway. This is, if any of you use Streamlabs OBS out there, you'll understand why it sometimes falls. Well, I mean, not why it sometimes falls over, but that it does. It just falls over or stops. And I've got a Stream Deck, Elgato Stream Deck for my buttons, and they just decide to stop communicating randomly and I have to restart them. Tim Young says, I'm joining the decal fun tonight. Got a tornado with some aftermarket decals, but for some bits the kit ones are better, so I'm trying to make a best job. Okay, right, yeah, split it over 2 sentences there. AJ's in. Welcome, AJ. Emma Jane Young. Hi, Emma Jane. They are married, you know this, says Chris. They probably are, but I'd forget everything about everybody instantly. Unless I talk to them every single day, I don't remember anything about anybody. I don't have a working memory, you know that, Paul. Fortunately, we are still married after the wedding photo being replaced by a mug. I don't know, it was kind of the correct thing to do, I think. Doesn't mean she won't castrate him, though. Yeah, says Model Making Mayhem. Is it clear-coated, Fox, or no need, asks Timber. Hi, Timber. No, I have not clear-coated it. Primarily because I'm lazy and I can't be bothered. But you don't need to. We'll find out tonight. We'll get the first few Bandai decals done. Over time, I've learned that for things like Games Workshop decals, some cartograph decals, you don't need to worry about a clear coat because they go on beautifully. And some like simple flat, a lot of these are going to be simple decals on flat surfaces. So I'm not too worried. But we'll see how it goes with the first few. If the first few are giving me troubles, because these are Bandai decals and they can be a bit tricky sometimes. If they start to give me trouble though, I will then, obviously what I'll do is before the next live stream, I'll just gloss coat it. But I'm hoping I don't need to. Over the last sort of year or so, I've moved away from gloss coating before I decal, partly because I'm lazy and I can't be bothered, and it's an extra unnecessary step, and partly because I've kind of realised it's not always necessary. So I've kind of managed to, I haven't glossed a model before decaling for about a year, and I've not had any problems, so we shall see. Fat Defiance is Ian Thompson. Yeah, no, it's not the Fat Defiant anymore because it's got the pointy bits on the end. You see, it's good. Put them on, it's no longer the Fat Defiant, and it's got the tube, the cockpit tube. So there you go. So yeah, it's pretty much done now. It's just painting and weathering and decals. The painting's been done. The weathering's got to go. But we'll do the decals first. I say there are a few little greebles here and there, but they'll be painted up separately and stuck on later. Or I'll probably do that tomorrow during the day, just because I need to get that done. So let's crack on, shall we? Vincent at Mr. Lowe's Model Making is here. Welcome, Vincent. He's another one of your mods. Where's my instructions? Now, unfortunately, the instructions for the decals are basically, there you go. Just here's all the decals. Off you go. Yeah, so, yeah, it's going to take a long time. I may listen to a heck of a lot of podcasts because I'm doing 3 different episodes of this, 2 on my channel and 1 here. But I'll probably still have a lot of decals to do, so I think I may go through a lot of podcasts. Ted's eModels mug was very quiet, or you are very loud. I can't tell. Oh, really? Let's try him this way. Nope, that button didn't work. Oh man, the buttons have gone to sleep now. Yeah, my buttons have actually gone to sleep now. Do you know? Streamlabs, honestly, what are you doing to me? Let's try again. No. I need to make sure my TED button is available though, so I need to make sure my TED button is active. 1 second, folks. Let's try that again, shall we?
Slap it on.
How was that? Was that too loud, too quiet? I can turn it up if necessary. Was that too loud or too quiet? Let me turn TED up then. Let's turn up to, let's say, 85. 85. It's all good feedback. It's all good feedback. Let's try them again then, shall we?
Any model smoke, any model smoke, any model smoke, any model smoke.
How was that? How was that? I don't comb before decals either, similarly due to laziness. Just have to be careful when putting over very matte paint as they can stick too quickly. Yes, it's true. For a long time I used to gloss varnish before because I don't want decals to silver. The idea is that if you put a gloss varnish down, it's a nice smooth coat. When you put the decal down, it has a chance to lay flat and not get air trapped underneath, so you don't get lots of silvering. However, if you've airbrushed your model and you've got a nice smooth paint coat, you probably don't need to worry about that because I'm going to be using decal setting solutions, and most modern decals are pretty good at getting bedding down and not having air stuck underneath. And as long as you're careful with your decal setting solutions that you don't, get too much on the paint and eat the paint away, and as long as you apply lots of setting solutions where needed, you should be all right. And I have found for the last year or so I've not had any problems, so we shall see. Anyway, let's crack on. Why did I just say out loud the volume's fine, Fox? That's like me when I'm doing something and I go and try to do a touch screen, but it's not a touch screen. Like when I'm doing something on my computer and I go like that, and I'm like, no, it's not. It's a computer screen, Fox. You spoon. That's like, is that as bad as when you call a teacher dad or mum? I hate this. I've done that before when I was at school. It's one of those things that you do once at school and then never live to not regret it. Right, so let's crack on. Let's do some work then, Fox. Shut up and do some damn work. So we shall start off, I think, with this sector here. Sector Imperialis. Yeah. Dope. Now it's all thumb smudgy. Thumb smudgy. I'm a man of a certain age, says Fester. We're all men of a certain age and ladies of a certain age. I'm pretty much certain that age. I'm going to take this piece off, though. Just to avoid any potential for it to either fall off, slide off, get damaged. There's no point taking unnecessary risks. So I'm going to put that over to one side just for now. Just out of the way so I don't unnecessarily explode it. I don't want to lean on it and it to slide off and all the bits fall off because it is the most beautiful piece of hull. Gaz Vickers is in. Welcome, Gaz. How you doing, buddy? Right, so let's just shut up and crack on. So I need number 64, 62 and 89. I think what I'll do for the time being at the moment is stick to the big, massive honking decals just because they're easy to find. And I've just noticed there are some, you won't see here because the camera's far away, but there are decals on top of decals, which should be interesting. Yes. But yeah, apologies for the layout. It's just the best I can do so you can see this and the decaling as well. So the camera has to be a long way away. So 64, 62 and 89, or it could be 68. I think it's 89. 62, 64 and 89. Now I have cut the decal sheet up a little bit, just to, A, it's easier for me to deal with, and also it's not hanging off the edge of the screen for you guys too much. So I forgot the numbers already. 62, 64. Let's just stick to that for the moment. Unfortunately, cutting them up means I don't know where they all go. Right, there's some decals. Yeah. 83. I put my visor on so I can see what I'm doing. Phil Lewis says I'm more a man of an uncertain age, as are we all. Right, 60. What were the numbers again? I've forgotten. See, I'm terrible with anything. 62, 64. Right, it's not on that sheet. The trick about looking up the numbers of things is it's the number next to the thing. Because numbers are a thing, you know. 50, 60. There we go. There we go. So I should cut off one or two of these. So 62 and 64. Fresh blade in my knife to make sure it doesn't garbage anything. Now I do apologise as well if you just end up seeing the top of my head all night, because there's not much I can do about that. There was nowhere I could put the camera, and I know you're only going to see me down in the corner here. There was nowhere I could put the camera that wasn't going to be a pain in the bum. So 62. We'll get 62 off. Now I like the fact they give you the decals with weathering, the chips really built into the decal. Now I know there will be people out there that are like, oh my god, you're using the decals, a proper modeler would actually paint it and paint all the things on and do all the chipping. And no. If I was doing this for a commission, I'd do that. If I was doing this for myself, I might do that. But it's fine. It looks fine. I have no problem doing that. Don't forget, of course, I am filming this. And, well, let me start the whole thing again, because that sounds really bad. If I was doing this for a commission or for myself, I probably would. But I'm doing this as a video build series. And I always try and aim my video build series at the absolute beginner who doesn't know one end of a paintbrush from the other. So I'm not going to assume any level of skill or otherwise from the people watching this stream. I could just sit here and say, here's how we're going to paint all these panels, but I know there are people that won't want to do that because then they're not that skilled, or they're a bit nervous about airbrushing, whatever I'm masking. And I want to make sure I'm catering for those people and not putting them off. So I'd rather show things at the simple end of the scale for the people that want to work that way, and everybody else knows a different way to do it, basically. Plus also, with the e-models builds, what we all tend to do is do them straight out of the box. As they come in the box, we want to show off the model that you can buy from e-models and what you can do with what comes in the box. So not using half the stuff in the box would be a bit weird. Right, 62, 64 and 89. Cashier number 4, please. Stability, discipline. Putting the decals over there out of the way of water splashage. 84, 86. It'd be helpful if I actually looked at what shape it was as well. That might also help me. 18, there we go, it's 89. 89 Axi, what Axel 90. I don't know how you speak German numbers. I've lost it again. 89, there we go. So yeah, so I could sit here and mask off the paint. Oh, hello. Paint it and do it all properly. But again, I'm tailoring it for the beginners. I always tailor my video series for the beginners. Because I don't want to exclude someone because I'm saying, right, now we could use the decals, but I'm going to be more hardcore and paint all the stuff on. Here you go. And the people that don't want to do that are like, okay, I won't let you show me how to do the decals then. Yeah, because if you're the kind of person that's going to mask it and paint it, you kind of know what you're doing. Right, so we've got these 3 decals. Let us apply these to the places. Model building for the layman / average hobbyist. Yes. Phil Lewis says, mostly I'm uncertain if I can get to the loo on time. There was a time way back when I was 21 to 23 when I legitimately forgot how old I was. I always forget. I have to count from my birthday. I'm like, hang on, what year was I born? I never know if I'm 48 or 49. I can't remember this year. I'm completely at a loss. I'm just moving something. Completely at a loss as to what age I am. At this rate, Paul, Foxx will have done 5 decals by the end of the stream, says Paul Lines. Hi, Paul. It's entirely possible. Expect no speed from me. I don't do fastness. You know this. Right. What we want to do is, now this is where it gets tricky because I normally have the decal on a, well, I'll do it there, on my workbench with some water on there, but I can't do that because I'm going to be cutting here. So I'm going to have a little bit of water here where I can have the decal sitting around. So let's get this first decal on. Let's get this decal on, which is going to go like this. You'll see here. Now it will be going over some panel lines and some raised details, but that's where the decal setting solutions will hopefully come in and make everything wonderful. Hopefully. It may look garbage at first, but once it's all settled down, it'll be fine. But what I will do is I will actually trim this quite close to the edge. Now you're going to see the top of my head here, so sorry folks. I'm going to go quite close to the edge with this, just because I don't want a lot of carrier film. The Bandai decals are very good. You don't often get a lot of excess carrier film. But because I'm not gloss coating first, and there's little sort of crenellations in the edge, I want to make sure I've not got lots of bits of overhang of clear film. So I might as well just make it look nice and neat. So you don't need to do this, but I am. Just to give myself minimum hassle. So where there's little crenellations cut out of the design, I don't know if you can see, you won't be able to see this anyway because it's a mile away, but where there's little crenellations cut out, I'm just cutting out those little crenellations. It's also, I think, where it overlaps little holes and pipes and tubes and things. Just means I've not got any little overhangy bits. There we go. Just a little bit closer to the actual main decal design. I'm not going right up to the paint because I want to keep it looking nice and crisp. Now I will say on these, other people have noted, I'm not gonna ignore it. The quality of the printing of the greys is weird. The grey, although it looks fine to you on camera there, when you look at these close, it's not just a solid colour of grey. You can see the texture of the little sort of pixels and patterns. It's weird. It's almost like cross hatching, which is not. It's not brilliant, but the thing is, it's going to be heavily weathered anyway. If you're building this as factory clean and it's never been out of the showroom, then yeah, they might have a problem with that. But from this kind of distance, and when you're going to be weathering on top of it, it looks fine. So let's get this puppy in the water. Grey is a difficult colour to print, says Retro. Yeah, it is. If you've done the Fire Molds Falcon, the grey decals on there are just solid grey ink. But these are like, there's a slight texture to them, and you get the same on the the console decals inside the cockpit as well. So it's not the end of the world, like I say. I mean, you're not going to see, you have to be very, very close up to it to see that. And I know you can't see any of this now because everything's in the way. You have to be really close up to it to see that. So don't sweat it too much. Okay, so I'm going to get this here. I get some water. Water! The water in my Joker don't taste like what it ought to. But yeah, I wouldn't let that put you off. The reds and everything else, it looks fine. It's just the greys, but like I say, it's not anything to be put off by, because the alternative is the not limited edition kit, which comes with stickers. So yeah, hey. And It's like I said, it's gonna be weather. You can have like dot filters and streaking over these anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So we'll just give this a second. Now this water's been out for about 10 or 15 minutes, so it's probably gone cold by now. Ideally, you want to do this with warm water, not cold water. But hey. By the way, they're still in stock at eModels. Yes, if you have been looking at getting this kit, there are 2 versions of this kit available. There is the limited edition kit, which is the launch version. When they first released this kit, they did a limited edition version, which came with the full lighting kit, which you can see here, and waterslide decals. They only did a limited number of these kits, and then they stopped production, and the one you get now is basically this kit, no lighting, no photo etch, and it's got stickers, not waterslide decals. I think you can get the waterslide separately, but if you want to get yourself the best Millennium Falcon kit available, and trust me, this does beat the pants off every other Millennium Falcon out there. If you want the best possible Millennium Falcon kit, get yourself this, because you'll pay double, at least double, maybe a little less, but about a third more or double for the old fine molds kit, unless you get the current Revell one, which is the same kit, and that's about the same price, but that's not as accurate and not as good, not as much fun to build. So yeah, now these are quite thin decals, which is quite nice. But as you can see here, it is, because I've not got, where's my brush? There it is. Because I've not got gloss varnish down, it is gripping a bit to the surface, so a bit of extra water might be needed. Now I have used Tamiya paints here. If you use, say, Vallejo paints or water-based acrylics, then you're going to have probably more grippy issues. But the beauty of Tamiya paints is, if you're not using a gloss varnish, that they are technically lacquers. They're more durable than water-based acrylics. So I'm not worried about either the water or the decal setting solution damaging the paint at all, because it won't do any harm to the paint. And I'm not worried about me moving the decals around, because again, it's not going to scratch the paint at all. If you've used like Vallejo or water-based acrylics, I might buy MIG or something, it's off the camera, isn't it? Then you might find you have to be even more careful. This is just right in the wrong place for you guys to see what I'm doing. Yeah, it's complete. I need to turn around so I can do this and you can see it. Camera's in all the wrong places. So these are quite thin as well, which is nice. Now there are quite a few raised details here, so I'm probably going to have to do some work over the next 24 to 48 hours, just helping it work itself over all the raised details. But I just need to get all the excess water out for now. Probably shouldn't have started off with a fiddly decal, really. That was my first mistake. Yeah. How's that looking? Okay, so that's kind of mostly on there. Get some bits of adjustment as I go. And again, I'm not too stressed about getting everything perfect, because like I say, it will be weathered. It will be covered in streaks and all kinds of shenanigans like that. Okay, so that's going over there like that. Is that right? That's right. Just double checking. Yes. Probably need quite a bit of decal fluid on there. So it looks terrible at the moment because it's just not bedded down to anything. But once we get the decal setting solutions on here, we should be good to go. It's very thin there, these decals, so I don't want to stress them too much. Although sometimes what you might need to do is just puncture the decal by pressing it into the recessed or the raised detail. And that breaks the surface a little bit and also helps it bed down. Because don't forget, you're going to be weathering this. And it's covered in chips anyway, so a little bit of extra hull colour showing through is not the end of the world. Okay, right, so that looks terrible right now, and it will do until we get the setting solutions on there. I just need to get it bedded down to the surface. We'll mould it into the recess, into the raised details as we go along. So we're going to get ourselves some micro set. Bring in the decal solutions. Micro set. This will first of all soften the hell out of this decal, help it bed down. and this will start the moulding process as it moulds itself to the surface. Now, for ones that are just flat decal on a flat surface, and there you go, no panel, raised panels or anything like that, you might only need one coat of this and then one coat of the micro salt. For this one though, where you've got little raised nurnies and greebles and stuff, I'm probably going to need one coat of this now and then several coats of micro salt. Because micro salt, because it'll take some work to get these bits bedded down over the raised details. So we'll do this one coat here now, and then leave that. Now, just like I say, you can't see there, but it looks terrible. It's ripped there, and it's ripped over that raised bit. But again, doesn't matter, because once it's all bedded down, it'll look painted on. But the bits where it's ripped, it'll just show hull colour from underneath, and it'll look just like these chips here, which are actually printed chips. So there you go, happy days, not a problem. Right, so next decal is here, which is a nice simple flat decal with no raised doodads sticking up to give me hassle. So let's get this one in the water. Doodle-doo. No offence, but I may doze off. Work has been crazy today. I hate this eat out to help out. Doesn't help that the garden centre leaks a lot. Yeah, don't worry, mate. Most people fall asleep when I do stuff anyway, so you don't worry about it. So we'll leave this to soak for a bit. So yeah, I mean, I've done a few Falcons in my time, and they're not just on this one, but whenever I've used decals for the marking, some of them do go over greebles and little marks and ticks and stuff. And it is, at first, when you first put it on, you think, oh dear Lord, what is this? It looks terrible. It's all horrible. But decal setting solutions is the trick and the key. They'll get your decal bedded down. It might take 2 coats. It might take 50 coats. Swig of water. It might take 50 coats of micro sol. Doesn't matter. It will eventually bed down. And like I said, the beauty is, if you get a bit where the decal chips away, don't matter. It just looks like one of those chips. It's great. That's why I love the Falcon. You can't go wrong on the Falcon, because whatever you do, if you mess something up, it can just be considered part of the actual weathering of the Falcon. Unless you're going for 100% screen accurate, which is like, yeah. I've said in the latest episode, I don't know if I left it out or edited it out, but if you look at the actual studio model of the Millennium Falcon, the 5-foot film in miniature from 1977, the paint job is kind of terrible. The model itself is beautifully built and engineered, but the paint job itself is kind of terrible, because when you make models for film and television, you have to do it fast. You and I will sit here and we'll lavishly, caringly apply lots of different weathering levels and layers and coats and chips and stuff. No. When you're doing a studio model, back in the days when, this was ILM and that lot, when you're doing that kind of studio model back in those days, it was a rush job. It was done fast, because it's going to be on the screen for a brief moment and nobody's going to notice anyway. So yeah, the paint job is interesting on the Falcon. It's primed in black, if I remember rightly. And then the base colour was put on, and some of the panels were coloured. They were chipped away. They physically chipped at the paint and drilled it away to expose those bits. But some of the weathering is like, I kid you not, they've basically got a bit of paint and gone with the straw to make the little splat mark. Keep in mind, it's 5 foot across. It's 5 foot in diameter, so it's a big model. They can actually do that and get away with it. But yeah, it's yeah. So if you are doing a studio accurate Millennium Falcon, what you're actually going to do is not the best paint job in the world. You're doing a fast rush paint job with terrible weathering. Which is why I'm not doing it accurate to the studio model, because there's no point. Because I know that I can paint better than that, and most of you people can paint better than that as well. I'll be honest. Because what I'm going to do with this one, I'm going to be doing a very simple paint scheme. It's very, very simple. I'm not doing a lot of complex weathering and painting. I'll double check the instructions on that. Yes. I'm not doing a lot of weathering and weathering and stuff like that. That's going to be particularly complicated. All the weathering will probably fit into one episode. It'll probably take me a couple of days. It's not that complicated. I've said before, the Millennium Falcon is a brilliant beginner project. Now you might think, what? Why would a 300 quid kit be a beginner project? It doesn't have to be this. Any Millennium Falcon. because it teaches you, all you need to be able to do is prime, pre-shade, paint, filter, streaking, done. That's it. Maybe a little bit of chipping depending on what you do. If you want to do the most simplest paint job possible that still looks awesome, that's it. Literally, it's prime, paint, prime, pre-shade, paint, filters, streaks, done. That's it. Obviously, you've got painting the figures and stuff as well, but in terms of things you can paint, just going back very quickly, this one, which was all, you know, crinkly where the sticky up details are, this one is a flat section. Perfect, not a problem. I'll give it one coat of microset, and I'll probably give it one coat of microsol, and that'll be enough. So we'll get a coat of microset on there. These are available in stock, microset and sol. They are basically, if you've never used them before, they're basically decal setting solutions. What it does is microset, and I'll show you them in a second. Microset is the blue one that you do first. Microset softens the decal and helps it suck down to the surface when you first apply it. Microsol is the second product, and that is designed to soften the decal again, but a bit more aggressively, and it helps it suck down even more. And although microset softens the decal, microsol actually thins the decal a little tiny bit. And when you put the decal down, the first microset just helps it get on there and bed down. Once it's on there, microsol helps it flatten down even more. So set helps you avoid air bubbles and things like that, and sol just keeps it flatter and helps it conform to uneven surfaces. So, you know, set will make sure all the air has been squished out and it's flat down. Sol will then help it mold itself over a bit of pipe work or a greeble or something like that. So normally you might only need one or two coats of sol. This one might need more. This one's going to need a lot more coats. That one's going to be a tricky one, that one. The hard bit is duplicating all the weathering that they did randomly, says Phil Lewis. Yeah, I mean, you could duplicate perfectly all the weathering they've done, or at least, if not duplicate it, try and get the same weathering to a certain degree. Like where they've put a streak, put a streak. Where they've put a paint chip, put a paint chip. But all of you out there will have skills far beyond what I needed to paint the Millennium Falcon to Industrial Light and Magic Studio model level. Because you look at the sidewalls, and sidewalls, they might just be, you know, an orange splodge that to you and I is like, wow, you've just got the brush and gone flick, and that's rust. But to you and I building a model, we probably put a lot more care and attention into that and make it a bit more interesting. So, yeah. The Studio Falcon weathering is to our weathering what the Revell £20 Millennium Falcon kit is to this. Just to give you an idea. The ILM Studio weathering is kind of like the Revell weathering of Millennium Falcon models. We're going to do a lot more. We're going to do a lot more. It's not very exciting doing decals. Anyway, how are you all? I hope you're all well. I hope you're all fine and dandy. As always, let's ask the question as we're all working. Let's ask the question: bench and belly. What's on your bench? What you're working on right now? And what's in your belly? What have you had for your dinner, or what are you going to have for your dinner? What are your meal-based plans, or have they been? Let us know. We all want to know. I had, you know what I'm working on because it's here, and I had sweet and sour chicken for my dinner. So there you go. Not very exciting, I know. Not very exciting at all. Dude, Jane Young says, I just watched all the Star Wars films. I can't believe what I've been missing. Yeah, man, Star Wars is great. There are some you can miss. Anything from 1990 to, you know, all the prequel films, you can miss those. You don't need to watch them. I wouldn't wish them on my worst enemy. Quite literally. But yeah, the old films, the 1970s, 80s films, you've been missing them. These are actually quite thin for Bandai decals. It's quite pleasing. They're not quite cartograph level thin. But considering Bandai decals can sometimes be thick and chonky, like, you know, they can sometimes be like the absolute units of decal world. These are actually quite thin, which is quite nice. Let's move this way you can actually see it, shall we? I do apologise that the camera is in the worst possible place for any kind of showing you what I'm doing. But hey, do you think I could get a porg as a pet? Yeah. Well, if you go to the island where they filmed it, all those porgs were actually puffins. They had to replace the puffins that were wandering around the island because they were everywhere. So every time you see a porg, it's actually where there was a puffin walking past, and they had to, not every time, but most of the time, that's where there was a puffin and they had to edit it out with a porg. Because there were puffins everywhere. So you could just get a pet puffin. That'd do. There we go. So that one there's a little, again, you can't see it, and I know you can't. A little square tick mark there, a little square sticky up greeble. And the decal, just press it down. It's just conformed to it beautifully. Now it has chipped around the edge, because basically you've got the little raised decal or detail. The decal comes over it and it rips like that because it's so thin. It rips, and you get a little rip around the edge. But when this is weathered, there'll be like shadow and shading around that. That'll cover it up perfectly. So again, as long as you're weathering it, don't panic too much if it doesn't look like perfect, because there's a lot to go on top of this. If you were doing a factory fresh, completely unweathered thing, then yeah, you'd probably want to touch that in with some paint. But we're not. We're going to be doing weathering, we're going to be doing chipping. Might do some chipping, we'll see. We've got dry brushing to do, we've got streaking, we've got filters. There's plenty of things that will cover up any little goofs with the decals. Any little edges that aren't quite straight, not a problem. Any little rips in the decal as it goes over a raised detail, not a problem. Don't sweat the details. That's that. Yeah, let's have a look. Prequels or sequels? That is the question. 4, 5, and 6 are fine. 7, 8, 9 are fine. 1, 2, and 3, don't watch them. The Clone Wars animated series, that is one you should watch. That is absolutely a series you should watch. Even if only for the tactical droids. Oh, tactical droids. I love tactical droids. Tactical droids are just the best. Right, 13. 13 is going to give me a challenge, because 13 goes, really? Oh yeah, I might not do that one right now. 13 goes over this bit with all these lovely, wonderful little greebly details on it. So I'm not going to do that one right. That requires some thought and thinking, that one, I think, off camera. 15, same again. We'll leave them for now. Let's move around to this side. I like the way it rotates. We need decal number 20. No, we don't. Decal number... Yeah, well... Decal number 92. I'm 92. Decal number 92, please. First, find your decal. 92, which is that shape. I kind of know the roughly shape. The roughly shape? That's not a real word, Fox. I know the roughly shape. Crikey, Riley. These late night streams is never a good idea when you talk gibberish normally. Do a late night stream, you talk twice as much gibberish. So 92 we want, so there's 92. And we'll snippet that off. We'll snip that off there. 92. Where's the camera? The camera's here. I know it looks a bit dark on screen, by the way. I have done that for a reason. I'm just trimming around to the edge of the decal. I've done that for a reason, because if I set the camera to my normal level of exposure and white balance, if I just show you, it looks like that. So I can't do that, because basically it's a giant white thing and the lights are above it. It changes the way I have to light things. I can't have my normal exposure and gamma levels on, because it will just explode on the webcam, because webcam's quite limited. So it looks a little bit dark for everything else, but that just means you can then see the Falcon. A bit there. Just tidy up these edges. You don't have to do this. Looking at the carrier film on these, it is really, really fine, actually. They've done quite a nice job on these decals. Aside from the print issue, they've done quite a good quality job on these. Not quite Eagle Transporter level of cartograph goodness. My God, those decals were orgasmic in their awesomeness. Oh, yes. But good nonetheless. Good for Bandai. Can't quite get the blade around this side because it's on the wrong side. Come on. Cut, cut, cut. There you go. Do. Don't forget, of course, that this show is on the channel of and is being made for emodels.co.uk, your one-stop shop for all your model making needs. Do go and check them out. Lots of stuff coming into stock right now at the moment. Don't forget, of course, if you've never shopped with them before, they are lovely guys. They'll look after you. If you want to pick something up from them and you can't find it on the website, there's normally one of two reasons. One, it might just temporarily be out of stock. The water's under here, by the way. I know you can't see it, but the water's down there. It might just be temporarily out of stock because when something's not in stock, it doesn't list on the website. Or it might be that it's something they don't normally carry. However, don't worry, because either there'll be something just as good as an alternative that you can get. If you want product X and they haven't got product X, they might have product Y, which is just as good. Or if it's something you really, really want and it's not there, you can't find it, drop them an email or use the contact form on the website. Just say, hey guys, I'm looking to get whatever, product X. I can't find it on your store. Do you sell it? Can you get some? And they'll always be happy to let you know. More often than not, if it's something they normally carry, they'll be able to let you know when they'll have it back in stock. And that's usually fairly quickly. They are the UK's largest retailer of Tamiya. So they can get Tamiya stuff in like Toot Sweet. They also do RC and remote control stuff, cars and planes, so they can get that in for you. So most stuff they can get in quickly. If it's something they don't normally sell, they might still be able to get it for you. I have literally seen them take delivery of a model for a customer that is something they don't normally sell. Because even though they might have things that they don't normally carry in stock, they can still get them from one of their distributors. You know, no shop can sell everything, but all their distributors will have the same stock. So if there's something you really want and you can't find it, just give them a shout. Give them a shout. They'll be fine. Oops, spillage, almost. It's coming off now nicely. Which way around does this go? This goes this way. Goes this way. Just sit. I'll put some water down first. That goes on there. There, like a bear. Yeah, because I've painted this with Tamiya paints, they're wonderfully water repulsive because they're basically lacquers. And they're quite durable, so I can just slap some water on there and not worry about it. If you've used water-based acrylics, slapping water all over them won't do any harm, but it can sometimes just kind of mess the paint finish up a little bit. It can reactivate some paints if they're particularly delicate. I've had acrylic paints reactivate after wetting them, so sometimes, from time to time, not very often, but it does happen. Right, you need to move along there. Move along home. Oh god, no, that's a terrible episode. Don't mention that. Star Trek reference. That's one of the episodes of DS9 you don't want to watch. I think it was DS9. I can't quite be sure because I have blanked it from my memory as much as possible. Or at least tried to. Oops. Come on. Up, shove, move, just shift. There you go. Isn't that better when you do what I want you to do? See? It's much better for everybody involved. So I'm just going to, I know I'm off camera now, but I'm just kind of lining this up in my, so I can see it. Or rather, not lining it up. Probably shove that across a little bit. There we go. Or maybe we don't. Come on now. Wiggle your ass over. There you go. That's better. Now it does kind of go up and over a pipe here. But it's not the end of the world. because it'll just mould over the pipe anyway, and I can, if I need to, I can scrape that bit of the decal off. A little bit of a raised detail there, I think. I can't remember what's underneath the decal now that I've just pushed down. I'm just gonna. Is that coming off me spinny thing? That's coming off. Hang on. Adjusticate me spinny device. Right, that needs to go. If you're wondering what I'm doing with the cotton bud, I am rolling it across the surface to, if you can even see it, to squeeze out any excess water from underneath the decal. You don't want to rub it because that risks pulling things and ripping things. You want to roll it across the surface. There we go. A little bit of a greeble there. It's going over quite nicely. Quite sure that's not quite sure that's right. I'm gonna pull that up again and try and reposition it. These are very delicate, so I don't know how easily I'll be able to pull up there we go. That's perfect. Perfect. It's the beauty of water slides, you see. You've got some room for maneuver. By maneuver I mean correcting screw ups. Yeah, I said it. There we go, it's better. Perfect. There we go. That's better. That's Tetley. I know you can't see. I do apologise. I'm going to take the rectenna off, and it's a rectenna, not an antenna. Just a little bit of, you know, Star Wars rivet count in there, because this way I can rest my arm on the Falcon, you see, and actually see what I'm doing. There we go. So that goes down there. Like that, you see. Anyway, as always, please do ask me questions in chat, because I'm obviously concentrating hard doing this, so it's difficult for me to come up with things to talk about. So do ask me questions, or just talk about things in chat. I will struggle to see stuff because I've got my visor on, the text is really small. So if you want to ask me a question or get my attention, please put your comment in big fat capital letters, so I have a chance to see it amongst the hoi polloi of comments. Or if you want to, you can use the super chat, which is the little dollar symbol at the bottom of the chat window. You don't have to, though. If you put it in capitals, I can see it just as well. And I will try and look at the chat from time to time. There we go. Lovely job. Now it does rise up above that tube a little bit, but I'll just snip that off later on, trim it a little bit. That's fine. And I know there's a bit here, you can't see it, but there's a little tiny bit where it doesn't quite line up with a panel line. But I know that panel line is going to get an oil paint in it and be darkened by a little bit of an accidental wash later on, so that's fine. Now, these ones have had 5 or 10 minutes. Time to go in. We've done the micro set. These are both in stock, by the way. We've done the micro set, which is the first stage. It's the one you do first. Now they need a coat of micro sol. This is the one that is designed not to get rid of any air and get it down to the surface, but to soften the decal and help it conform to the surface it's already stuck down to. So let's go with this. Now I've got 2 different brushes for these, one for set and one for sol. What I'm going to do is exactly the same as I did with the set. I'm just going to go over the decal, and this will soften it and help it conform to all these little lumps and bumps and ticks and bits of greeble. Now it may take many coats on this decal. It might take me a couple of days of just constantly applying coats. The trick is, though, when you put this stuff on and it'll go all crinkly, do not be tempted to do anything. Don't touch the decal. Put on your set or sol and then just walk away and leave it. It will go crinkly, it will look horrible, you'll be terrified. You'll be like, oh no, what? Don't worry about it. It expands and contracts. I've just got to turn this around a little bit. Hang on, there we go. It expands and contracts the decal, and it looks wrinkly as anything for that a little bit while it's doing its job. If it goes all crinkly wrinkly, it's doing its job. Don't touch it, because if you try to move it or flatten it down, you'll ruin it. So these two here, these are just basically flat decals on a flat surface, so it doesn't really matter. This might be the only coat this needs to get it to sort of nicely flatten down, mostly flatten down into that little panel there, basically, little panel line. There we go. I can see I've not lined that one up quite right, but once the weathering's on there, you won't notice that. So those two will be fine with just that one coat, to be perfectly honest. Oh, there's a little tick mark on that one, so that might mean one extra coat. There we go. So we'll give them 5 or 10 minutes, maybe give that one its second coat. That one is done, that one's drying. Let's have a quick look at chat while I have a swig of water. I did ask you bench and belly. We've got 41 people watching. Hello to all of you. 41 people watching. Raging Modeler said, bench, Archon and his cruel order, a few Age of Sigmar things too, Mortizan, Soul Reaper and Bone Shaper, belly, pork chops and chips, get in. Retro Rabbit says, belly, oven baked pizza, Hawaiian bench, a mess. Use your commas. Belly, oven baked pizza, Hawaiian, belly, bench, a mess. It's not an oven baked Hawaiian bench. Tim Young, belly, chicken and new potatoes, bench, the Revell 144th Tornado GR1, actually a Tornado ECR that I am converting, jolly good. Retro Rabbit says, Star Wars Definitive Collection on the Laserdisc is the only version. Graham says, bench, did a little detail painting on the BF-109 cockpit, belly, Tex-Mex steak and spicy chips, yes. Ian Thompson, belly, whatever I can scavenge from the fridge, bench, nout, I'm going to blitz some Fortnite after this. Yes, I played a bit more Destiny today, just had an hour free, and I still don't know. Playing a bit of Destiny, it's like, because I'm so out of the loop and I've not done all the things for each expansion each month, each quarter, it's like, I don't know where I'm up to, and it's got a rubbish quest system that you never know what the next quest is. So like if I'm doing the Shadow Keep one, I go to the lady on the moon and I'm like, I need to do the next quest, but I can't because I don't know what the next quest is. It doesn't say, here's the next thing you need to do. Or it says, you need to do this, but you need to do the quest step beyond. I'm like, brilliant, where's that then? Doesn't tell you anywhere. And I've got one thing, I've got a weekly quest I can do to go on to Titan and do a couple of things for the woman that's there, except both areas I need to go and do them. There's a locked door that I can't get past, so I can't actually do that weekly quest. It's like, yeah, I'll just shoot some dudes on the European Dead Zone. We'll leave it at that. Paul Lyons, just got micro set and sol and never used them before. How long do you need to give before putting the sol on after putting on set? Literally 5 or 10 minutes. The golden rule would be, get the decal on and do your coat of micro set straight away. As soon as it looks dry and not, as soon as it looks like dry, usually about 10 or 15 minutes, then you can go in with your coat of microsol. And then typically it's just give it 10 or 15 minutes or until it looks dry. And keep adding your coats of one coat of that, and then keep adding coats of this until the decal is as flat as you want it to be. For this one here, these two here, that's all. One coat is enough. It's a flat surface. There's nothing for it to conform to. For this one here, because it's got to conform to these greebles, I'll do quite a few coats of this stuff. If by the end of, say, 7 or 8 coats, it's still not conforming correctly, what I'll do is I'll slice the decal around it's like a little squared raised detail. I'll slice the decal around it and then do another coat to get it to bed down. And if I need to, I can touch it with some paint, or it'll just be like chipping effect anyway. So I can extend some of this chipping effect by chipping some of the decal away and extend it into that and make it look even more cool. The decal does go over this little pipe here, so what I may do is when that's dried, just scrape that bit of decal away, because it looks a bit weird on top of that pipe, so I might scrape that away. Why aren't eModels the distributor or reseller of Gunpla? This must be done, says Mayhem. They did stock it for a while. The problem is that there are no European distributors of Gunpla. Bandai does not have a European distributor. There are no official distributors of Gunpla at all. So if you find somewhere in the UK that sells Gunpla, they've bought it for about the same price that you have. Or they've bought it from a retailer who's bought it for the same price that you would normally buy it. So that's why we can't get... that's why Gunpla in the UK is so expensive. Because whatever retailer you are, you can't go to Bandai and get a 30% bulk discount because you've ordered 5,000 units. You can't do it. They don't do it. Bandai don't have any distribution agreements for Gunpla with anyone in the UK, outside of the US or Asian territories, which is why Europe always gets stiff, basically. So, you go to, if your local shop suddenly has some in, they may have got a 5, maybe a 10% discount from the person they bought it from, but they're not buying it from Bandai. They're buying it from another store in Europe somewhere who's managed to get a load of it and will give you a bit of a discount. But they just can't get the bulk trade discounts, which is because there isn't one. So that's why it's very expensive. So there is no easy way for eModels to get Gunpla. They did stock some for a while, but then that resource for Gunpla dried up. So, and at the moment, it's a case of if they get it at a tiny discount, it's almost not worth stocking because they can't pass on any savings to you. So, you know, if they buy something for, you know, let's say a product sells for £50 and they might normally get it from a distributor for £30 and then they can sell it to you for £40. But if they're buying a product that sells for £50 and they can only get a little discount to say £45 because they can't get it from the manufacturer, what can they pass? They can't pass anything on. They can't pass any savings on. And, you know, hey, so anyway. Swigging Pig says, Belly Lasagna, Bench, Chinese Warrior, I can't remember the name of. Awesome. Well remembered. DS9 episode, Move Along Home, lamentably bad. Oh, God, yes. Osric says, DS9 episode, Duet, on the other hand, was excellent. It was one of the best. Love the DS9 theme song, says Mayhem. I love DS9 of all the Star Treks the most. In other news, I have watched the first 3 episodes of Star Trek Lower Decks. It's quite good, actually. It's quite good. It's just you have to, if you get a chance to watch it, watch it. It's quite good. It's silly and it's nonsense. It's not, you know, proper Star Trek, but it's funny and it's good. I should play Destiny again, says Chris at Christmas. Yeah, it's still good fun to play. I've just given up hope of ever catching up with any of the seasonal things because they're just like so gone now, and I don't understand half of the things. And I'm just going into a map and saying, oh, there's a quest, I can do that. I don't know if it's a good quest or not. I don't know what the next quest in any particular story thing is. Lynn Dipple is in. I'm here. Heidi, Fox, Chris, Ian, Phil, Osric. Now I'll be right back. Hey, Lynn, welcome. Nice to see you. B3 says, didn't know you were doing a sneaky stream, Fox. Yeah, it's just, I don't particularly pimp the eModels ones because that's eModels pimp their streams. There may be some other streams throughout the week though. Not on here. There are lots of Japanese kits that are not readily available in Europe, says Tim Young. Absolutely. Fine Moles was one of them. Fine Moles was always hard to get hold of. And it's mostly because a lot of the Japanese manufacturers don't have European distribution. Obviously, now they've got an agreement with Revell to distribute Star Wars kits in Europe. But before that, good luck trying to get hold of Star Wars kits that weren't like horribly overpriced. Lynn says, Belly barbecue sandwich, cheese, Pringles and water. Bench, going to find my tools to start building my metal earth. Now I'm going to move the water hose. Yay. Thanks for the info about Sol and Set, says Paul. Belly, chili dogs and chili dog. Chili dogs always bark at night. Chili dogs and chips. Bench working on photo etch for 148th B-17 Flying Fortress. That is a big chicken. Anyway, you're stopping me. I need to mark off decals. I've done, don't I? Otherwise we'll be here for weeks and years. I'm going to have to somehow mark off. Let me find a pen. I need an pen. Done that one. Done that one. Done that one. Only 10 billion more to go. Yeah. Let's try and get some of these big square, big detail ones out of the way first. 37. Why is that wet? What's in there? 37, which is going to go here. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. 37. I've got to make sure this isn't wet down here because that's going to be a nightmare. 37 is a straight rectangular shape. Shouldn't be hard to find. There it is. Shouldn't be hard to find. And it wasn't. 37. There are some of these decals that I'm just going to have to do off camera at some point because some of them are going to be so fiddly. And I have to take my time doing them that it's not worth trying to do it on camera. Because as you can see, I'm obviously not able to work in my normal sort of comfortable position. I've got to sit away from the bench so you can see and things like that. So yeah, we should do our best. B3 says, Belly, lasagna and garlic bread. Bench found Nerf gun starship greenification. Yes. Steve's doing if you don't know Steve's stuff, he doesn't do painting. Steve likes to do just scratch building things and primes them up, and that's what he likes to do. He enjoys just building stuff. Kit bashing things. He'll buy an expensive kit just to get bits because he's mad. And he's found himself an old Nerf gun that he's now going to make into a spaceship or something. And I think it looks a bit like the Pillar of Autumn or a UNSC class frigate. UNSC Halcyon class frigate. Let's get the name right. Is it Halcyon class? I can't remember. Was the Pillar of Autumn a Halcyon class frigate? I can't remember now. Somebody correct me on my, or remind me on my Halo lore. I think it was Halcyon. EC Idaho says yes, and also Decal Time. Hey, EC Idaho. I don't know why I remember that the Pillar of Autumn was a Halcyon class cruiser. But with these odds, I'm happy with 2. Make that 3 kills. Multiple CCS class cruisers. I know my dialogue, my Halo dialogue. Now, which way round does this one go? This goes that way round. So I'll make a mental note of which way round it goes. I'm happy with 2. Make that 3 kills. Yank me. Oh yes. Now the trick is, the tricky bit when you're doing decals and you've got multiple millions of decals, is remembering which decals need sol and which decals need set and which way you're up to with them. So you don't want to go too far ahead with your decals. EC says, I forget the class of the amber clad. Yeah, that might have been a Halcyon as well. I'm not sure though. I'm really enjoying the live chat, Fox, but time to get some Z's. The Millennium Falcon is looking good. Thank you very much, Graham. Thanks for coming in there, buddy. Take care of yourselves. It is tricky when we decide what time to do live streams, because obviously I'm in the UK, and sort of afternoon streams are great for me because I work from home. So afternoon streams are great for me because I'm here, but they're not great for all the people that are at work in the UK, and they're not great for people outside the UK that might be asleep. But then for some people, that's the evening and it's great. But at the same time, though, I know that sometimes an evening stream is good because the people in the UK are back from work. And like of an evening, I know people like Lynn in the US, it's actually they're at home now. So they might have a chance to watch. But it's tricky because you're always going to miss somebody out. Sometimes I'll schedule a stream based on when I think people are around. And sometimes I'll schedule it on my needs. Like, I'd love to do a stream at 3 in the afternoon, but on this particular day, but I've got things I need to do on that day, or, you know, whatever. I'd love to do a stream at, say, in the evening on a particular day, but I might have to be doing something else. Now, this is going to be a tricky one, this, because it's got a pipe going right down the panel. Right down the panel. This one was always a pain, even on the Fire Molds Falcon, I remember. Oh, the memories. Tuesday and Wednesdays are great days for me. I'm off from work, says Lynn. Yes. So we shall see. Hello, Mama Fox.
Hello.
Mama Fox in the house. Right, this has got a pipe going right down the middle of the panel. And I don't want to force the decal over it too vigorously because if I push it down against the pipe, it'll pull the sides of the decal in. But also, I don't want it to rip. But like I said before, a lot of these decals have chipping built into them. You can see this one, I think you can actually see it's actually already like pre-chipped. So if I was to rip the decal, it doesn't matter because it just looks like another bit of chipping. Because the chipping on the decal isn't printed, it's just a clear bit. Now that's actually moved around, it's no longer lined up. Gosh darn it. Yeah, the chips on the decals are actually clear bits where the base colour shows through. Base! How low can you go? So, the beauty of the Falcon is with the decals, if you do the decals, if you do Juves, don't you do? If you choose to do the decals, it doesn't matter if you rip one. Because if you rip the decal, what do you see through it? The whole colour. Just like the chips that are printed on the decals are printed into the decals. So if you're doing a Falcon with decals, don't stress it. Just get in there. Get your decal on, get some fluid on it. Matron. And if it goes wrong, if you've got a bit that sticks up, just scrape it away. Like if those little bits here, if after a few goes these aren't conforming, I will just have at them with a knife blade and chip them around a bit, and if necessary, just cut that bit out. It's fine. It'll look just as good as normal. No one will know because I haven't ever told anybody. No one will know. Oh, one other handy tip for microset and microsol. When you're applying it, if you've not used a gloss coat and you've used acrylic paints, or if you have used a gloss coat like Pledge or an acrylic based gloss varnish, do be advised that they can eat away at that gloss coat, and they can sort of eat away at paint a little bit. If you go in all heavy-handed and slopping it around everywhere, and you've got, even if you've got a gloss coat underneath your decals, it can eat that. And I learnt this when I was doing a Freedom Gundam, because I put a decal on the wing of the Freedom Gundam and I put setting solution all over it, a microset, and then I did some microsol, and I did a few coats, and then about a week later, I was still working on it. A week later, I came to do a gunk wash where you get the oil paint all over it and then wipe it off. And I had, basically, the decal was here, and then all around the edge of the decal was like a tide mark from the oil paint that I wiped off. Because what had happened was the setting solution had just eaten into my gloss coat the tiniest amount, like taking a few atoms off. And it made a slightly rougher texture surface. And the oil paint, when I did the gunk wash, caught in that rougher texture and stayed there, and I could not get it off. It was embedded into it. It was like, oh, we're in now. So yeah, when you're using the setting solutions, don't put it everywhere. If you've got a decal that's that size, I'll do this now with the microsol. When you put your setting solution on, the trick is you can be as handy as you want with the solution on the decal, like that. But when you get to the edge, you want to just go up to the edge and the tiniest bit over. Just enough so that the solution can zip under the edge of the decal and go underneath and do its magic. You just want to go a tiniest amount over the edge. That way, if you do put on so much, or if you're doing like on that one, I'll do lots and lots of coats of microsol. If it does start to affect the paint coat or the gloss coat, it's going to be minimal. Because you've only just got a little bit over the edge of the decal. Just enough so it can go underneath the edge of it, so the capillary action can suck it. Because you want these solutions to suck the decal down. So you want it to work its way underneath. That's the trick. So yeah, don't just slap it like I wouldn't. Some people, they'll get the microsol and they'll put it all over the panel, like they cover that whole panel with it, then they put the decal down. That's fine, but it could affect the paint coat. And if I was to do a wash later on, or a gunk wash, or any kind of wash, if it does eat into a gloss coat or a paint coat, you'll get that tide mark and you cannot get rid of it. So just for safety, do whatever I just told you. Right, we're going with another coat of microsol now on these ones. So you get an idea of how often you can recoat these. So I can be quite handy with it over the decal, but just getting to the edge, I want to just carefully run it just over the edge a little tiny bit, just enough so it sucks underneath. And I can see through my helmet of seeing, it is starting to suck the decal down a bit around this raised detail. Now what you might do, remember I said when you put this stuff on, you do not squish it or flatten it because it will darken the decal. One trick is when you put in the microsol on, you can push the decal down a little bit, but just with the brush that you're applying the microsol, because it will go a bit soft. You can try and get out any little wrinkles or creases, but you've got to be really gentle and only do it now while you're adding the solution. So I'm just getting rid of there were some little creases and crinkles around this little raised detail. I'm just gently trying to tease them out. But if they don't want to come out, I'm not forcing it, I'm just flattening them a little bit. And then what I'll do is, if I've not got rid of them completely, I'll come back on the next coat and tease them out a little bit. So if you took a cotton bud now and went like that, it would rip the decal and churn it up. But because I'm just using the brush that I'm putting the solution on with, it's fine. So I think I actually might get that done in a few more coats. I don't need to, I'll put a bit more on this one because it's got a little raised detail there. That one's okay. This one is absolutely fine. I'll just go into this little recess, so I'll put a little bit there, down into that little panel line. So yeah, always just be happy. And this one also goes over a panel line. Another guide with the microsol. When you've done your microset and you're doing the microsol, if you've got a panel line goes into the decal, keep doing the microsol, till you can see the panel line. And what I might do is I might just very gently just press the decal into the panel line with the brush there. I'm not using any pressure, because if I go in with like a pin or a stick or a cotton bud, it's going to rip the decal. But just a little tiny bit of pressure from the brush. And again, I've got one brush from Microsol and one brush from Microset. Right, that's them three. Let's do another decal. Hello, Mama Fox, says Chris. Lee Eagles is in. Welcome, Lee. Says, hi, Fox. How are you doing? Fox, 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 Fox. I'm fine, thank you, buddy. How are you? I'm fine here now. Here, fine. We're all fine here now. How are you? Boring conversation anyway. Star Wars reference. Thursday, Friday work for me. Hello, Mama Fox, says Chris. I've done that one. Those weather decals are pretty good. Oh, those weather decals. They are pretty good. I've actually had a look and they're not 100% spot on, but a lot of the chips are kind of roughly accurate to the chips on the real model. They really have done a number on this. I know the Fine Molds one did a good job of replicating some of the chips, because what they did on the real model was, like this panel here, what they did was, what you and I might do, they would have painted the base colour, they would have painted that section red, and then they would have got a Dremel and gone and Dremeled the colour out. Or if they didn't, and then what you get is you get like white chips with little black insides, because it was prime black and then painted this reefer white colour, and then they painted the red bit. So sometimes they'll do that, they'll Dremel it, and that's when you'll get the red paint with a black chip and a white exterior, you know, like red and then white on the outside of the chip. And you'll see that on around here, I think. No, around here. On the real thing, they've got chips that are like white and chips that are white with black in the middle, because they've got the Dremel out, or a pin or anything, a scrapey tool, and they've gone, some of them have gone through the decal or the red paint to the white paint, and some of them have gone through the red and the white paint and down to the primer. And some of them probably even went down through the primer to the whatever the substrate is, whatever it was made of, usually acrylic and wood and board and stuff. So a lot of it they just Dremeled. They just got a Dremel and went like that to make damage. And some of it they just scraped away. Last time I did a Falcon, I had to paint some of the panels because the decals destroyed themselves. So all I did was, for some of them, I put on a decal and then I would get a pin and just scrape it away. Once it had dried, scrape the decal away to reveal the paint underneath. You can do it that way. And one thing you can do as well, and I might do it, but I don't know. We'll see how it goes. One other thing, handy tip for you, if you're doing your Microset and Microsol, occasionally you will get a decal that will be wrinkly like an orange peel, and you can't do anything with it. It's just decided to foul up. You can sand them. You can sand your decals if you want to weather these decals a bit and make them blend in a little bit. Fox, you're blurry apparently. Am I? Let me do a blur test. I need a thing to focus on. Hang on. I've got nothing to focus on. Let's put that there. Let me zoom in and have a look. Oh, it's already zoomed in anyway. Okay. Let's have a look. That's a bit better. There you go. Keep in mind, Lynn, it is a webcam, and pretty much the best webcam in the world is still a crappy webcam. Yeah, I forgot I've got coffee. Ooh. I got Mama Fox to make me a coffee, or she offered to make me a coffee when she was downstairs making a cup of tea. And I love Mama Fox when she makes coffee, because she kind of gets carried away and puts like 35 coffees in it. I don't have milk. I just have milk and coffee. I don't have sugar. But because she doesn't make coffee very often, she'll make me a coffee and it'll be like, wow, how many coffees are in there? Like 12, I don't know. So I'll be awake all night now. So this little decal here, which has the pipe going underneath it, I gently tamped it down with the cotton bud, which wasn't too bad. One coat of Microset, and it's already starting to accommodate that tube underneath it. So a couple of coats of Microsol on that, and that'll be fine. It'll look brilliant. So, like I said before, just remember, Microset, it helps the decal. It removes any gaps under the decal, gets the air out, helps it bed down. Microsol softens it, flattens it even more, and helps it conform to the surface. And if it's got a thick, clear film around the edge, it dissolves that away a little bit. And if you've got a decal with a real obvious film around the edge and you keep putting coats on, eventually you might see that coat start to get thinner and thinner and thinner, because it's basically eating away at the decal. And it'll probably, by the time it gets rid of the clear film around the edge, if you can see it, you'll still have a bit of your decal left. Yeah, don't go too far though, because then it might just end in tears. But yes, you can sand decals if you want to make them fade into the surface a bit and make them not as obvious. The various things you can do, and sanding them is one thing. Currently working from home as well, so tend to have a Kindle on next to me, but don't tell my boss. Shh, I won't tell your boss. EC Idaho, thoughts on Walther's solver set? My last resort to get decals to mold to detail. I do like Tamiya, make fit strong. I've never used it, but I know it's like the jet fuel of setting solutions. It's intensely powerful, and it can, if you're careless with it, it can damage your paint finish or anything else. So yeah, I've never used it. I know, I think our friend TK used it on his Blackbird because he had a nightmare with his Blackbird decals. I think it's good. I think it's more like the nuclear option though for decals if you're really struggling. Where are we up to? Oh, Foxx, I didn't know you were on a webcam. Yeah, this is it's a live stream, so it's always a webcam. Webcams are garbage. Even the best webcam in the world. I'm on a Logitech C920, which is probably, unless you get the Brio, which is like 400 quid. No, thank you. This is probably one of the best webcams you're going to get, and all webcams are garbage, really. You can't stream without having a webcam. Right, we want part number, decal number 70 and 73, I think. Here. We want 70 and 73. Number 73. Now you notice I'm not putting the decals on these side bits because these are living nightmares because you've got to go around all these little ribbed sections here. I'm not doing that on camera. I'm not humiliating myself. I'm not putting myself through that on telly. That'll be a quiet time by myself, I think, when I do that, because that will need swearing, and I can't not do swearing. What do I want? I've forgotten already. 70 and 73. So that's 82, 71, 77, 79. Don't you dare go all Games Workshop on me now, Bandai. I can't remember how these go together now. It's like a jigsaw. Nope, not that one. What shape are they? Little triangle shapes. 70 and set. There we go. 70 and 73. Hi, Swigging Pig's in. Welcome, Swigging Pig. I thought you were already in. Oh, Dad's in. Hey, Dad. Dad at Scaly Models. Look. Scaly Models pen. Yes. Because of course it is. 70 and 73 I wanted. They just happen to be next to each other. These are really nice decals. I've done so many Bandai decals on Gunpla and stuff, and they're usually very nice, but these are actually thinner than normal, and it is a real shame that they I really can't quite get to grips that they do a 300 odd pound Millennium Falcon kit with stickers and they think that's acceptable. I mean, Bandai suffer from the fact that they make Gunpla and their majority market is younger builders who are quite happy to make a little Gunpla and not paint it and put stickers on it. That's kind of the way it works. But when it comes to something like this, which little kid builder's not going to build, it's a professional model kit, and it's kind of a shame. I don't know if they sell it separately. They may well do. I don't know. But I say you do have, like I said at the start, you do have two choices: the limited edition kit, which is this one, or the regular kit, which is the standard edition, which doesn't have the water slides. But like I said, this limited edition one is no longer in print. It is discontinued. They don't make it anymore. It's the same kit. It's just got the lighting and the decals in the other one. You probably can get the decals externally, either from Bandai or third party. I don't know. I mean, you can paint all the coloured markings yourself, but there's like a million little tiny decals you can't get, so it is a shame. And it's one of the things that I got burnt out on Gunpla, and one of the things I got burnt out on was I was limiting myself to models that I could make, that I could find water slides for. If I was making a non-Canon mobile suit, that's fine, but if I'm trying to make something that's kind of Canon, I didn't want to get an expensive master grade kit that just came with stickers, because that's just nonsense. Oh, excuse me. Edward Leonard's in. Hi, Edward. How you doing, buddy? Bench and belly, Dad. we've asked the question. We need to know your answer. And Edward, what's your bench and belly? I keep burping sweet and sour chicken now, and it's most pleasant. It was from a tin. It was Uncle Ben's pack of Uncle Ben's 2-minute in the microwave rice and a tin of sweet and sour chicken. Hey, I'm nothing if not lazy, you know that. Although we did get a new microwave about a week ago, and I keep forgetting that it's a 900-watt microwave. We used to have an 800-watt microwave, so I keep putting things in the microwave, and I instinctively put the time in. And so my rice tonight was 2 minutes in the microwave, which should have been a minute and a half. It was a little bit crispy, but it was kind of pleasant. Wasn't altogether unpleasant. But I'm having to work my way through all the when it was locked down, and we didn't know when we'd be able to order shops and things, and go to shops and order things, and it was hard to get food grocery orders. We ordered a load of stuff in advance when we could get it. Because when the lockdown first happened, you couldn't get deliveries. There was no delivery slots. And we can't go anywhere. I can't leave the house because Mama Foxx, I can't put Mama Foxx at risk. So we ordered a lot of stuff just so that we would have months worth of food. It was all dry. It was all like, storable stuff like tins of things and dried rice and stuff it wasn't like fresh produce, a lot of it that's going to go off after a week, because that's useless. There's no point to that. This doesn't want to fit particularly. Get in there. I should have trimmed this a bit more, this one. That's another reason to try and trim these if you can. That I forgot when I did this one just now, is that sometimes they go right up against an edge and you want to get rid of the clear film as much as possible. And I forgot that on this one. Never mind. There we go. Perfect. So yeah, so we got a load of stuff like, packets of non-perishable stuff, like lots and lots of packs of Uncle Ben's rice, and other packs of rice. But so we've been working our way through slowly, because we've got a load of other stuff, and it's not like we've been eating rice all the time. But of course, now I'm on my low-fat diet, and it's like, you really want to be eating brown rice. I'm like, okay, but I've got like 3 million packs of Uncle Ben's rice in various formats. I can't throw that away. So we're having to kind of go through all the non-healthy stuff. We've got through all the meats, all the non-lean meats. But now I've got to go through all the rice and stuff. And it's like, oh, yeah. So a lot of Uncle Ben's rice being eaten right now because we've got a lot of it. But that was the thing, we had to stock up because we didn't know at the time when we'd be able to get another supermarket delivery, because we were dependent on home deliveries. And of course, at that point, within a few days of lockdown starting, nobody had any delivery slots left. It took us 4 weeks to get a delivery slot from Tesco's. That was a long 4 weeks, and that's for things like necessities, not just food and stuff. So it was kind of a hairy, scary time. But so we got a lot of non-perishables, tins and rice and pasta and stuff like that. Yeah. So I've got to work my way through all that rice now. Yes, lots of rice. Lots of rice. We've now ordered some brown rice and stuff, and we've got loads of lean meat in the freezer. So it's not so bad. I don't mind this low-fat diet lark. It's quite pleasant. Food's just as nice. I'm not really familiar with wholemeal pasta, but I'm sure I'll not hate it too much. Is this even on camera? Yes, it's on camera. Now there's a little greeble here, and I will be honest with you, completely honest. It's ripped there. There's a little greeble there, and the decal. I know you can't see it, but the decal has ripped where it's gone over it because I've been a bit heavy-handed. You know what? Don't matter. Does not matter, because if you look at the rest of the decal, the whole decal is like 30% chipped. So a little tiny extra bit of base colour showing through, not really going to be a problem. So that's one beauty of the Falcon. If you want just a fun painting experience with no pressure at all, if you want to practice getting your weathering chops in, the Falcon is the best thing. Because it really, even if you get a little cheap 25 quid Revell Falcon kit. It doesn't really matter. It's the one advantage of those kind of cheap, crappy kits. It doesn't really matter because the whole point of the Falcon is it's just a giant weathering test bed. That's the whole point of the Millennium Falcon. You can have fun with it. And I will tell you, I've made like 6 Falcons now. 6? 5, 6, I think. Every single time, it's been an absolute blast. It's been complete fun. Because you can't not have fun with the Falcon. What you can have fun with is taking off the number. You can't not have fun. It's impossible to not enjoy because it's all just silly fun weathering and stuff. Now this one is a weird decal that doesn't have a specific location. I shall have a look at chat in a second. So yeah, so I can't recommend, if you've never done a Falcon, I can't recommend one enough. Doesn't have to be this one. Doesn't have to be this. You know, this is a proper luxury kit. This is the 300 quid Bandai kit. This is a proper professional model kit. This is one of those kits that you buy this and you lavish weeks and weeks of work on it, and it sits in pride of place, and you go to the expense of getting a display cabinet for it. It's a special treat kit, but you don't have to get this. If you just want to do practice, get yourself one of the little cheap Revell ones. They don't look anywhere near as good, but they're still fun to paint. It's just a good, fun paint job. Because literally, it's all one colour pretty much. Apart from the interior cockpit, it's one colour, decals, and weathering, and that's it. It's just fantastic. I've never not enjoyed painting a Falcon. And it's sad because all the Falcons I've ever painted, the only one I've got in my possession is the first one I ever did, which is that I ever painted. Because although I've been doing this for like 30-40 years, the first time I ever painted a Millennium Falcon was about 8-9 years ago when I did my first fine molds Falcon. And I never painted a Falcon before because I hadn't built one since being a kid when I wasn't painting them anyway. And of all the Falcons I've built, the only one I've still got is that first one, which I look at it now and I'm like, oh, I can just see everything. Because I've been away from the hobby for 20 years, and when I left the hobby, I was still a child. Basically, I was still like in terms of skill and ability, so I didn't know anything. And it was one of the first things I did when I got back into the hobby, and I just didn't know what I was doing. So I look at it now and I'm like, well, considering I didn't know anything, it's not that bad, but dear Lord in heaven, yes. The next one after that was much better. Because I built a few on commission, you see, that's why I built so many, because it's been like for other people, so. Right, how does this line up now? It doesn't line up to anything. Okay, that's weird. This decal just kind of sits out in the middle of nowhere. Now you will notice that I am pushing these decals around with my tweezers. I would say, if you're new and you're learning, where does this go? It kind of floats in the middle of nowhere. Okay. If you're new and learning, because don't forget, a lot of people are scared by waterslide decals. They think it's some terrifying dark art, which is not. If you're new and learning, you probably don't want to do this with tweezers. I've just been doing it for like 30 years, so I know what I'm doing. But people shout at me when I do this, but it's like, I know what I'm doing, don't worry about it. If you're gentle enough, and if you just move the decal by pushing it from the edges rather than dragging it, you see I'm mostly pushing it from the side, which means I'm not pulling and dragging the decal and ripping it to pieces. Is that too far in now? You can do it, but I'm just used to it. But if you're new to it, or if you're just finding your feet, you're probably better doing this with a brush or a cocktail stick. But push from the edge of the decal. Don't plonk your cocktail stick or whatever down in the middle of it and drag it. Unless you know what you're doing. That decal always gets me because it never looks right. It doesn't fit the flow of the panels, but it's correct. But my little OCD eye is going, that's not right. That's near 8. There we go. That will need a simple coat of microsol. That it won't even need a coat of microset, I don't think, but we'll give it one anyway. So a bit of microsol. Microset. I always get them wrong, by the way, microset and sol. Now people always ask this, so I will say in terms of decal setting solutions, there are 3 that I know of. Microset and microsol from Microscale Industries. There's Mr. Mark Softer and Mr. Mark Setter from Mr. Hobby, or Gunze Sangye, Mr. Hobby, Mr. Mark Setter and Mr. Mark Softer. And then there's that solver set stuff. Solver set, like I said, is like industrial grade death. So you've got to be careful with that. Mr. Mark Softer and Setter are very similar to this, but a little tiny bit stronger. And they do come with a massive, it's like a Tamiya glue pot with a brush on it, but use your own small brush. But they're a little bit stronger. I think Mr. Mark Setter is that, and Mr. Mark Softer is that. Setter and softener, same kind of thing. Right. Now what we can do, come back in with microsol. Microsol, made to make your things better. And you guessed it, we're going to go over this one again. Oh yeah. Time for more squishy decal, boy. Oh yeah, bed down, lads, bed down. And what I'll do again, as I put the microsol on, it softens the decal a little bit, and I can just very gently with the brush just push it down that panel line in the middle. There's a panel line right down the middle. Very gently, I'm not really pushing it. I'm inviting the decal to go into the recess. I'm kind of suggesting gently that it goes into the recess. It's really conforming to this raised detail here now. And it's kind of conforming to this little bit of piping here. But I'm still going to scrape that off in a second, I think, because it looks weird. It's where it's ripped around this little bit of piping. I know you guys can't see it. Little pipe that comes on here. And it's ripped around that. But all you can see is the hull colour, which looks like that or that or that. It's brilliant. I love things. I love things when they work. Yeah. We'll give that one more coat because it's got that little greeble. And we'll do that one again. You can work up quite a speed with this stuff. This one probably doesn't need another coat after this because it's, well, there's a little greeble there, so I'll give it another one more coat maybe. And I have missed the panel line there. I've kind of made a little bit of a mess of it there. It's weird. It conforms to the edge there, but not to the actual panel shape, which is really weird. But there'll be a wash and a filter in there, so it doesn't matter. And then here, we'll get it all over this. And this will just help it bed down to where that pipe is. There we go. And again, just over the edge a little bit, just so it sucks the solution underneath. And that will look spectacular. This one's looking dry already, so I can go in with one single coat of microsol. I have to look at the bottle every time I say the name, otherwise I'll forget which one it is. There. And that'll be all that needs now, because it's mostly flat. What's chat doing? What are you on about? You're still a child. I'm always a child. There is a furry thing attached to an optics visor on the big telly. I'm not furry. I am actually a bit furry. Can I do this without knocking the Falcon over? Hello. 72-inch screen. Enormous finger. Just hit it with a newspaper just in case. Lynn says, I love it when I can catch a live show and visit with my friends. Thank you, Lynn. Oh, thank you very much. How come you're much clearer on the live show and very blurry web and very blurry? Wow. On the live and very blurry webcam. It's the same webcam. It's not that blurry. I think maybe you need your eyes checking, love, because it's not that blurry. It depends on the live show. Don't forget, I've got a bright. It depends on what the camera's looking at. I'm probably more brightly lit generally when I've got a light in front of me on the live show, whereas this desk here is the camera's looking down and the lighting's on everything. But I've had to change the contrast, because I said before, if I have the camera set like I normally have it, it would look like that. Because of this is big white thing, and a big white thing in the shot messes up your contrast and your gamma. So it has to look like this. So it's a little bit darker. My exposure's down, which makes the picture a bit more grainy as well. So yeah. These are all the joys of camera operation, which is why I wish I could earn enough money doing this to employ someone to do all the filming for me, because then I wouldn't have to worry about it. I just want to make models. I don't want to have to learn how to use cameras. It's a nightmare. I don't know. B3 says, got to call it a night. Early start for work tomorrow. Cheers, Foxx and Nostar gang. Nostar, buddy. Scream, it's a Foxx. Oh, okay, no worries, Foxx. Yeah, it's just to do with lighting and the camera and stuff. Webcams are generally crap anyway. Even good webcams are still generally not very good. What do we do next? How about we do it? I know what we should. Why don't we do another decal? Oh, yeah, that'd be great. Let's find another big decal. Hobbadabum 96. Hey, we've got loads on this. Oh yeah. Round here, we have many decals. Many decals, Mahoney. Let's start with decal number 67. Now, I haven't put all the little greebles in here yet. It's going to be hard for you to see this now, isn't it? Because it's going to be here. And it's kind of all the way over to the side of the screen. But we'll figure it out in a minute. I might move it across a bit when I'm... Maybe that'll work. I don't know. I'm going to bang it on the cupboard now. Ooh, clunk. But it might clonk Guthorm on the top of the head. Never mind. Yeah, there's still some greebles to go on here, but not a problem. If I get a greeble there that goes over a decal, like I've put a decal down and the greeble needs to go into a hole, I'll just pierce the decal where the hole is. It's not a problem. So we want 67. These are upside down. 67, 94, 98. Okay. 67, 94, 98. Thank you very much. There's 98. Look at that. Straight away. First straight in. Kick butt. $98. No. And there we go, that's 98. I will need to trim these. Yes, as I'm going along, I'm remembering that when I did the last Falcon, you have to trim the decals, because a lot of them go up against edges that you can't see. 94 is this one. They actually kind of give you a bit of an easy job and give you 3 different colour panels in one decal, which is kind of handy. I like that. I appreciate that, because I've already got a billion decals to do anyway. So taking a few of them off, pressure off from a few of them, that's pretty good. I like that. Thanks, Bandai. Thanks, ants. Thanks. That's that one. What did I say? 67. 67. Which is not on there because that's the 80s and 90s. 67 is... 67, what shape is it? It's a big grey wedgy one. Taupe. 67, that's 90s. Is not that one, because that's all 12s and 20s. Is it on here? See, there's lovely. No. 64, 68, 65. Oh man, you're going to mess with my chino, aren't you? 63, 4, 5, 8. Oh, don't do this to me. 67, come on, give me 67, come on. Nope, no help for the Klingon. Oh. 67, 91, 18. I can't even just go off the shape because they all look kind of the same shape. There it is. They all look kind of the same shape. They're just all wedge shapes. It's not really helpful. 67. I've just lost it again. Where was it? It was there. There it is. This puppy here, you'll see. Looks like there is a little cutout on this one where all the little greebles will go that I haven't added yet. So I might do those tomorrow. I might get them painted up and added on tomorrow. We shall see. So we'll do this one first. Don't hit Guthorm, Foxx, or Tommy Norrie will come attack you, says Lynn. I won't. It needs a "we brake for no one" under the engines. They have that. Well, it doesn't say "we brake for no one." It says. You won't see it there, but there is a decal. Because they've copied everything on the real one. That decal there says "drive safely," and then the text underneath it. I can't remember what it says. But yes, there. That goes on the bottom. It just says "drive safely" and then something else. Because they really have reproduced every single marking on the real studio model. And a lot of those markings, of course, were actual decals from actual kits. There's a lot of like markings from truck kits and things. And military aircraft kits. There's lots of Tamiya decals. If you look at the Studio X-Wing, there's a little marking on one of the engine cowlings. I think on the upper wing. There's a little tiny marking that if you look carefully at it, it's actually half a Tamiya logo. You get on the decal sheet, you get the little Tamiya logo. It's actually half of one of those. They've just trimmed it. And I never noticed it until I made the fine molds kit. And it was there, and I'm like, oh, that's half a Tamiya logo. Cool. I'm going to trim out this little cutout now. Apologies if all you can see is the top of my head, but I kind of need to see what I'm doing. So yeah, I did go through the decal sheet with proper zooming in glasses and stuff, and yeah, it's incredible. They've reproduced kind of everything. To the point that it's like, there's an F-18 instrument panel, there's a eject marking, there's a no step marking, there's a license plate off a truck. It's great. There's a few spark plugs logos. There's quite a few like racing logos and stuff. Oops, I might just leave that bit because that nearly ripped to them. Don't rip your decals, Fox. That would be not cool. This is tricky now because it's a real thin part and they tend to rip decals when you do that. So we'll just be careful with that bit. There we go. I don't want to pull this end bit at all. Are you just seeing the top of my head right now? I do apologise. Right, that can trim there. Trimming all the stuff away. Trying to think of something to talk about. Ask me questions in chat, folks. Because for the love of dog, it gives me something to talk about. So that's going to go there. Lovely. Now, I've got to be careful with this one because it will rip. It's got this tiny little bit there. And that is, you can't even see that. It's got this tiny little bit there. I don't even know where the camera is. And that's prone to ripping that. So let's just be careful with this puppy, shall we? You watch, I'll rip it anyway. Guaranteed. It's guaranteed. Fox, you need to wash your hair. Nonsense. Once a week, fine. Anything more than that is extravagance. Give me little bits of shavings. Oh, shavings, you say, matron. Hello. Model Mind 72 says, cheers to all. Looking great, John. Who's John? Who is John? What? Where are we? 67 once, 67 twice. Sold, says Lynn. Did you see the original Star Wars in the cinema back in 77? I was 6 years old. My dad took me to see it, and apparently I screamed and cried all the way through it because I was 6 and an idiot, and I didn't know what it was. I was like, ah! I think it was the loud noise. I don't think I'd ever been to the. It was probably the first time I'd ever been to the cinema because my dad took me, and I was probably like, it's a really loud, scary room, and I don't know what's going on, and I don't know. I think it was Star Wars. So I think I did see it when it came out, but my memory, it's a very fuzzy memory, but I think my dad told me I just cried. Yeah, that decal's ripped. There you go. Fudge. Never mind. We'll fix it. I think he told me I just scriked all the way through it. I don't know why. My earliest memory of going to cinema and watching a film is, God help me, Flash Gordon. Watching Flash Gordon. That's my earliest cinema memory. I probably saw films before that. I know I went to see Star Wars, but I probably saw things before that. But that is my earliest memory of actually watching a film in the cinema. Was Flash Gordon. God. I went with a friend and her mum. I was like, what, 6 or 7 or something. I went with a friend and her mum, I was a bit older than that. Friend and her mum, and when we got home, because I was a little kid, it was the best film in the world ever. It's because I was an idiot. And we got home and we were designing laser pistols and laser gun. Let's make a laser gun, yeah. Oh, such folly of the child's mind. Does that come off, or is it still on there? I can't even tell where that decal went then. Oh, it's on there. It's just really hard to see. The difficulty with these light grey panels is when it's really tiny, it's hard to see because it's almost the same colour. Right, I can't actually see this now very easily. So excuse me if you see the top of my head. This is really similar colour to the hull. I may have made the hull a little bit too close to the brown end of the spectrum, but whatever. Yeah. Oh wow! I kind of pulled that the little bit that ripped off. I kind of just pulled it off the decal sheet with my finger without planning, and it went into perfectly exactly the right position, just by chance. What are the actual odds of that? What are the actual odds of that? Probably none. Right, so let's get this tamped down in such a way that you can see it. Squish, 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 squish. Squish, 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 squishing. It's not lined up properly. Oh. I spilled coffee on it. There we go. Sometimes you just got to negotiate with the decal and invite it to sit correctly in the right place. Never be afraid to put your finger on one end and hold it in place. And yes, it is okay to move decals around with your finger. It's absolutely fine. Squish, 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 squishing all the juice away. Decal juice. Rolling. So this one's got a few little greebles underneath it, which again we'll need to tamp down with the setting fluids. And it'll look like terrible garbage at first. It'll probably rip a couple of times like it has there. You know what? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Because are we going to make it look good? You damn straight we are. Queen did the music for Flash Gordon, says Model Mind 72. They certainly did. I had the album. I was a big Queen fan when I was very young. In the 80s. And I had the album. And it was like, when again, I was very young and it was the best thing ever. Listening back to the soundtrack now, it's like, dear Lord. First of all, why is all the bits from the film in mono? They're all in mono. And the soundtrack itself is actually not very good. It's really not a good soundtrack. It's like, you know how like Dragon Attack is a terrible piece of music on an otherwise not bad album? Yeah. The Flash Gordon soundtrack, because Dragon Attack's on, I can't remember what album it was now. It's been a long time since I listened to Queen. What's the album with Dragon Attack on it? They're all wearing biker jackets on the front. I can't remember what it's called now. Anyway, Dragon Attack was a terrible song on an otherwise alright album. And Flash Gordon was basically an album full of Dragon Attack. It was just terrible. Prepare War Rocket Ajax. And the soundtrack is the only reason I remember any dialogue from that film, because I'd forgotten it long ago, but because I had the soundtrack. Clytus, I'm bored. What plaything have you got for me today? A small planet in the something or other system, sir. I can't remember exactly. Small planet in the something or other system, sir. Your Majesty. The inhabitants refer to it as the planet Earth. Ah. Flash, I love you, but we only have 14 hours to save the Earth. And the only line of Professor Zarkov I remember, I don't know, but we'll try. Oh. That careful. Make sure that doesn't come off. There's a little bit there, there's a little square greeble. And with these decals, what tends to happen is where there's a square greeble, the decal actually just, when it comes, because these are quite thin, when there's like a little square raised bit, if I had something small and square I could demonstrate, the decal goes over it, but instead of just conforming, it just tends to rip around the edge and just becomes a decal sitting on top of the square bit. So what happened there was, as I was moving the fluid around, it just ripped it and dragged it off. But I've put it back over again, it's fine. So don't worry if that happens. It will. You will get rips and tears, especially over sort of any little raised details that have sharp edges. It will rip your decal, and you work your way around it. It's fine. It's normal. It's normal and healthy and to be expected. Coffee? Why not? Yum. I went with Dad and Sister and got the film programme booklet. No idea where it went, says Timber. That'd be worth a lot now. Still don't know who John is, though. Looking great, John. Who's John? Model Mind, who's John? I don't know who John is. I'm older Fox and I remember Star Wars, Jaws, Close Encounters, all at the cinema. Nah. I saw Star Wars. I don't remember going to the cinema again until like Flash Gordon, I think. George Lucas is a genius. Up until about 1984, and then he suddenly became not a genius. He was a genius until the 1990s, and then it all went downhill from there. Oh, The Game, that's it. The album The Game, that's it. I've got Dragon Attack in my head, but it's terrible. It's not even a good song. Edwin RSA is in. Welcome, Edwin. Hello, hello. Looking mint Fox, says Fester. Thank you very much, Fester. Only got 1 billion to go. I've still got... Have you seen how many decals are on that sheet? That's just a bit of the sheet. That's not even all of them. That's at least 1 bajillion. It's insane. And you can see here on the decal sheet, I don't know if you can see it, and it won't be in focus, but remember I was saying about how on some, because they primed the real thing black and then painted it reefer white and then painted on the markings and then scraped them away with Dremels and blades. They've got one decal here where it's a grey decal and it's got a black chip with a clear bit around the edge of the chip. And when that goes on here, it'll be a grey decal, where on the real thing it'll be they've painted the grey triangle, they've taken a Dremel or a blade and they've scraped the grey away to expose the white, and then they've scraped the white away to expose the black primer underneath. So you've got grey, the black primer, and the clear bit is where this colour will show through. And they've reproduced it on the decal. It's amazing. And I didn't understand that. I didn't know that until I was doing my own Falcon, the first one I ever did, and I tried getting a blade to do some scraping, and I got the colour panel, the body hull colour, and then the primer underneath, and I'm like, oh, now I get it. Now I get it. But doodle doodle doodle. Oh god, that's a terrible song. It was in my head the other day for some reason. I don't even know why, but it was in my head the other day, and I'm like, oh god, that song was terrible. I used to love Queen growing up as a kid. I don't know why, I just kind of went off it, but I don't really do songs. I grew up listening to Queen. Well, I grew up with my parents listening to Queen and ELO, so I like Queen and ELO, but that's it. And even now, I kind of went off Queen, but I still like ELO. But even then, not all ELO, just some ELO. Like Out of the Blue and Time, awesome albums. Everything else, not so much. So I'm going to trim around this one, because I think this will be a little bit fiddly to fit in some places. Fiddly-tacular! Look at the decalularity! Do. Anyway, yes, do ask me questions in chat, folks, because Lord knows I need things to talk about. Take my mind off some of the tedium of doing decals. So do ask me stuff. Ask me anything. Treat it as an AMA. No religion, no politics, obviously. And do remember this is an e-model stream for e-models, the retailer. So I'm not going to tell you what I bought from another retailer. But do keep in mind, of course, I don't actually work for e-models, so I can't tell you about when they'll have something in stock or anything like that. But ask me, it doesn't have to be about model making. Ask me questions about anything. Ask me questions about, I don't know, organisms or tubes or plants or, I don't know, dust or something. Anything. Anything. I'm just carving out the little notches. Buenos noches. There's lots of little notches cut into the hull, and the decals conform to those. And if you don't want the little clear bit of film dangling over the edge and adding a crinkle, if you've got say a notch in the hull, there's a notch here. Let's say this is the hull plate. Let's say this is on camera. Let's say this is the hull plate here, that way, and you've got a decal that goes over this, but the decal's printed to be like that shape to take account of this gap, but the clear film might go across it a little bit. So if you put that decal on and then you use your setting solutions to push the clear bit down, oops. So you're trying to get the bit of clear film and pushing it down in here, it's going to crinkle there and there, and it's going to cause problems. So it's best, if you can, when you trim the decal, to just trim away, especially around the little sort of notches cut out. Try and trim that away, just to make your life easy when it comes to applying the damn thing. With these extremes close-ups, at least we know Foxx isn't wearing a toupee. Let me know if there's a spider or anything in there. That'd be pretty bad. Right, how's this going on now? It's very well, thank you. This goes on like this. Yes, this way. It goes here, you see, like this. You say, oh yes. It sits like, what now? Like that. That can't be right. There we go. It sits like that there. There you go. Perfect. Decal done. There you go. Ha! Shut up. So let's get this moistened. Moist. Got to tell you, when I was putting the whole parts together, putting this, because this is the full thing now, it does go together really beautifully. You just push it down and it more or less goes together. There was one little peg and hole that were being a bit finicky, and I was like, I can't. And it wouldn't have been a problem, but of course I'm trying to push this thing together without breaking every single little tiny detail greeble on the surface, because you don't know where to hold it. So it was a bit nerve-wracking, but it did go together wonderfully. One of the little pegs here didn't quite, it was like catching on itself, and you had to just keep pressing it, and it went thunk in the end and slipped in. But yeah, so it was a little bit nerve-wracking, but it did go together beautifully. Even though it's all fully painted, it was a doddle. It was a doddle. What was it? It was a doddle. Moist, says Lynn. Hey Paul. Paul's in. Paul Di Tommaso, how you feeling? Good, dude? Do you believe in alien life forms, says Timber? Absolutely. Because just on a simple mathematical level, you know, there's between 200 to 400 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy, and the Milky Way galaxy is one of potentially 2 to 4 billion galaxies in the universe that we know about, as far as we can tell. We know it's only rough estimates. So 2 to 400 billion stars in our galaxy, and ours is one of hundreds of billions of galaxies. There's no way life hasn't evolved in other parts of the galaxy. It might still be rare, and it might be 99%, you know, tiny organisms and bacteria and equivalents and things like that. It might be simple life, but it's absolutely impossible to even begin to comprehend that there isn't life out there somewhere. Yeah, it might be not as common as we think, but it's going to be there. Now, intelligent life, that's a different question. We don't know. You know, there's so many things that had to happen for us to get here now. So many random coincidences and random chances that had to happen for us to evolve that, you know, intelligent life isn't necessarily guaranteed. That might be really rare. It might be really common. We might be the only intelligent, actual technological life out there. We might be the first. Or we could be one of a long line of intelligent civilizations that have grown up and either died out or still around. Who knows? But yeah. If somebody says to me, I don't believe there's life in the universe, then that person is clearly an idiot. Because just on a simple numerical basis, saying that is kind of ridiculous. Foxx, Fermi paradox and the great filter theory. Oh, yes. The Fermi paradox is, of course, the idea of if there's all this life out there, if life, the mathematics says that life should be everywhere, which it does. So if that's the case, the Fermi paradox is, why don't we detect it? And that's very true. The great filter theory is the idea that it may be a regular thing in the universe that every civilization that develops gets the same situation where they have to get past what is called a great filter. And it may be that most civilizations do not successfully get through the great filter. And the great filter might be, extinction by natural disaster. It could be a planetary impact. It could be extinction by destroying their own climate or destroying themselves through war. Nuclear war could be a great filter. Climate change could be a great filter. There's a lump here and it's doing my bean. I'm going to have to cut this sorry about my head. I'm going to cut this with a knife blade because it's not going to conform if I don't. So I've just snipped it a little bit. There's a pipe that comes out the side of that. And it's like a little tab and it's refusing to conform. So what I'm going to do, I've snipped it a little bit so it will bed down alongside it. And when it's all dried, I'll just scrape off the decal part that's on that little nub. So the great filter is there's something that every civilization has to get past, and we don't know what those filters are. It could be that we've passed the great filter and we're successful and we'll carry on. It could be we haven't yet passed it. It could be any number of things out there that could kill a civilization. It tracks. And of course, it may well be that as yet no civilization survived long enough. Or it could just be that civilizations get to a certain level of advancement where we can't detect them because they stop using, say, easily detectable radio. We sit here and we say, why can't we detect all the radio signals from all these other civilizations? Like, well, look at our civilization. We're using radio less and less and going digital more and more. And radio leaks out into the cosmos and digital doesn't. We're becoming more and more radio silent as time goes by. As we evolve digitally, our planet's getting quieter and quieter because we use radio and radio less and less. So, and once our planet no longer uses radio of any real kind, or very little radio, then how would somebody find us? Once everything's digital, there's nothing leaking out into space. How would somebody find us? So it could be that we're looking in the wrong place. It could be that they're not necessarily leaking radio. Because don't forget, of course, if we do eventually become radio silent because we're using non-radio communications, everything's digital and lasers and stuff, we've only been transmitting radio for maybe 100 years. Once we go digital and no longer output like that, any civilizations out there that weren't listening up until that point, they'll never hear us and they'll never know we're there. So it could be that civilizations are audible in the radio spectrum for like a short amount of time. And if you're not listening at that particular point in space at that particular time, you'll miss them. So there's a load of different suggestions as to why, if this, the numbers suggest there should be life all over the place, but why can't we detect it? And there's lots of different reasons. At the end of the day, it could just simply be a case of there are so many stars and planets and places we could look. We haven't just found it yet because there's too many places to look. Now the decal did rip a little bit there, just at the bottom of that little nub. But again, I don't mind. It's fine because it's chipped there. It looks like another chip. It's not perfect, I know. But it's fine. It's fine. But I'll tidy that up around that little nub later on. But that's kind of bedded down, so we'll leave that for a minute. Let it do its bedding down thing. This one next is this one here, 98, and it goes here. This has got to go over all tubes and things and all kinds of nonsense. I've got to try and fit this one over. I may regret doing this one. Gosh, still in my head. Yeah, it's going to go over all these little tubes and things. This is going to be a nightmare, this one. I can see it coming. Oh, I have to snip this decal a little bit. Yellowstone supervolcano extinction event. Yep, that would be a great filter. Although it wouldn't wipe out all life on this planet. It might not do us any favours. It could put us into a nuclear winter and we might die out because we're so pathetic and dependent on electric and stuff. But the world will carry on just fine, thank you, without us. Paul says, I'm okay, I guess. Back and right kidney area in pain. Just take it easy, buddy. Hopefully you'll get it sorted eventually. Right, need to get some sleep. Been up since 6:30 AM. Night, everyone. Thanks for coming in, Paul. Take care, buddy. What's your thoughts on the Anunnaki, says Model Mind 72. It's nonsense. It's just silly nonsense. It's woo-woo nonsense, pseudo-scientific garbage. I'm a man of science, not a man of badly translated stuff and channeling and all that kind of nonsense. Yeah, that's just silliness. Off to shopping here, says East Idaho. Go shop things big, good. Shop things good. There we go. Lovely. Right, this one's going to be a challenge now. It's going to be a pain in the bum. I can see it coming. Foxx, a man of science, I know. I'm not a man of... I'm not a kind of man of crystal-loving, tree-hugging, sandal-wearing, alien-communing nonsense kind of... I can channel the aliens. No, you can't. Yeah, it's not... No. I also hate psychics, and anybody that does that kind of nonsense, it's all rubbish. This is not going to be a good decal to apply at all. I'm going to hate this decal. One second, guys. Sorry about that. This one decal's going to be a pain. Swigging Pig says, night all, work tomorrow. Take care, buddy. Thanks for coming in. Folks, I think that decal is designed to go up and over the pipes. Well, the pipes are moulded in, so... yeah, it kind of... There's not a lot you can do with it, really. The pipes are moulded into the hull. They're not ones that I've added on, so... yeah, I'm just going to have to hope and pray I can get this to bed down. Actually, given the fact that one went on quite easily, it's probably not that bad. If I can get it to bed down, we could be on to a winner. I'm always tempted to throw a brick through the window of a psychic to see if they'd stop me before I threw it. Yeah, don't get me started on psychics. I'll happily talk about them on my own stream. Maybe not an e-model stream, eh? But don't get me started. It's like, I read various, like, you know, I do find things like various, that kind of subject. I do find it, it's not that, I find it fascinating. I do read various websites that deal with that kind of stuff because it's sometimes interesting. And, we can't claim to know everything. But the moment someone mentions channeling, oh dear Lord. Yeah, that's just instantly, and I've stopped listening. Paul D. Tomasa says, use the decal softener. I will be, but I need to get it actually on the model first. This is the challenging bit, is getting it to... as in, it's long enough to go fully over the surface of the moulded pipes. Yes, it is actually going over the pipes quite nicely. I'm just trying to convince it to actually settle down. And not be floating in midair. But again, it's got this little nub, the pipes are fine. It's this little nub, the same as this one there, this little nub that sticks up that's not helping me out. I'm going to have to rip the decal. Up! Pick the decal up, people. I didn't want to do that. Phil Lewis is channeling his inner flatulence. Oh, rippage. Oh, shucks. There we go. I knew one of them would rip. That's fine. At the end of the day, I can if I need to. If any egregiousness happens, I can, if I need to, touch things in with paint. I suspect this will be very similar to Tamiya Hull Red. Right, come on, you go there. Yeah, it would. The pipes aren't so bad. It's this little nub that's. It's not even a pipe. It's like a little sort of tab. I've just pulled that bit of decal off completely because that was causing me problems. And what we'll do is we'll bed it down around that, and then if I need to, there's nothing stopping me later on going in and touching in that little pipe, that nub, because these are all like tubular pipes, and it has no problem going over these. But that and that, they're like little. It's not a tube. It's like a little. It's like a little buttress sticking out. It's like a little wedge, and the decal does not want to conform to that at all. So if I need to, I can go back and just touch that with a little bit of paint. But you've got lots of paint chips here, so it's just another paint chip. And the fact it's just that pipe showing out just makes it look like that pipe perhaps isn't painted red. So it all comes good in the end. So that was actually a lot easier than I thought. Or well, top of my head, top of my head, top of my head, top of my head. Okay, so that will settle down nicely once it's had some decal solution on it. So you're absolutely right there, Paul. Sometimes though, you got to work the decal a bit before you get to the point of solution. Sometimes, like I said before, when you put the solution on, you don't want to be pressing the decal down. But sometimes you can press the decal home quite a bit before you get to that point, just to help it to bed down. So, good night, Mama Fox.
Night night. Good night, interwebs.
Yay. I don't know if you heard that. Mama Fox is saying good night to everybody. Mama Fox likes the internet. Right, so we'll let that settle down for a minute. That actually went better than I thought, apart from that little bit. But yeah, like I say, it's recoverable because it just looks like that bit is sat on top of the red panel, which is fine. I need to clear my throat 1 second. There we go. Swig of the coffee. Ooh, yeah. It's a very cold coffee now. Because Mama Fox made it for me. It's got like 15 scoops of coffee in it. I'm not going to sleep for about a week. Probably a really bad idea that I drink that before I go to bed. Oh, I'm going to regret that. Unfortunately, in an ever-expanding universe, our signals may never reach anyone that's listening. This is true. All our radio transmissions are probably around about 100 light years out because we've been doing it for about 100 years. But the reality is that now, but as they go further out into space, they get weaker and weaker and weaker. And they are incredibly weak to start with. So the chances of anyone, if I remember rightly, so far they've gone within 100 years. There's something like, I could get it wrong, but I think it's like 4,000 star systems, potential star planetary systems out there that would have received or been in the path of our radio signals. But unless they knew exactly what to look for, unless they just happened to be looking within our radio band signals and know that it needed to be attenuated, the chances are they're not going to hear it. Because at the end of the day, don't forget, radio is just a frequency of light. Radio is no different to light or infrared or ultraviolet. It's another frequency of light. Radio waves are just light waves. Just we can see that they're radio waves. Same as X-rays and gamma rays and everything else. So unless somebody is tuned to that specific frequency that we happen to be broadcasting on, they're not going to know. It's unlikely. And even if they did, we wouldn't hear back from them for at least 100 years anyway. Let's get some of this goodness down. I can't remember if I did this panel yet, so I'll do it again anyway. So going in with the micro set. Yes. You know it. Tubular pipes or tubular bells. Depends what mood I'm in. If it's the weekend, well, I go by a different name at the weekend. I do apologise if you're seeing the back of my head all the day, all night. Unfortunately, with such a big model, where do you put the camera? Where do you put the camera? I don't know. I don't know, Dad. Where do you put the camera? There we go. Get that one on. Now, the little tiny decals, when I get to do those, they're going to be fine. Because they're just little tiny decals that don't have to conform to anything. And they just slap them on, no problem. It's these big colour panels that give you all the hard work. There we go. That's lovely. I like that. That's lovely, that is. Right, so while that's drying, you know what we're going to do? It's time to go around this end again. There we go. Get the micro sole. Now you see why decaling takes a long time. If it's a kit where there's lots and lots of decals but they're all little markings, it can be a quick process. But where it's something like this, where you have to go back and over and over and over to decals to get them to bed down, because they're being a bit challenging, this is what takes time. This is what drags it out. And this is why I'm doing another live stream on tomorrow night and one on Friday on my own channel, because I'm going to be doing this for like a week. Yeah. There we go. That's that one. That one doesn't need any more because it's perfect. This one, maybe a little bit here just for that little tick mark on it. There we go. This one is bedding down to the pipe quite nicely, but it'll do for a few more coats. It's just getting some on there, and then in an instant it becomes a little bit softer, and just using that to gently reshape it, gently invite it into the corners and recesses where you want it to go. Don't push it in. Don't force the brush, don't force the decal into a corner with the brush. Just suggest gently. It might take a few goes and a few coats, but eventually you'll be able to coax it in because it's softened each time. But like I say, the beauty is all these bits where the decal's ripped over a little detail, nobody will ever know. So if you have got this kit and you're doing it, don't panic about it. If a decal rips, it's just a paint chip. Let's have a look. What we're up to with we're saying goodnight to Mum Foxx. Tubular Bowel, says Phil Lewis. The Three Body Problem is an excellent novel series that covers some interesting radio signal alien topics, says Retro Rabbit. Yes. The Three Body Problem, of course, is the idea that you can use Newtonian physics to calculate. I think it's Newtonian physics. It's something like you can calculate the orbits and codependent orbits of two objects quite happily using mathematical goodness. And gravity and stuff, but when you get suddenly a third body, that's when it becomes really complicated to do orbital trajectories. It's really quite confusing. Apparently, I don't do maths. Right, so that's that one. That's starting quite nicely. Going quite well, these. Going quite well. I think I'm doing all right now. There we go. There we go. Faster than I thought. Who said I was going to do like 4 decals? If you want good podcasts to listen to, I've said this before, if you like a bit of science and not woo-woo nonsense, get you listening to some Skeptic's Guide to the Universe, 95 I need. That's a fantastic podcast. Fantastic. They've got 15 years worth of podcasts to listen to. And it's brilliant. 95 I need, which, sweet and sour chicken burps. Oh yes. 90, is it 95? No. I'm looking at the instructions upside down. 95, there we go. Little fella goes here. Oh, hang on. Wait, no, I don't want to do that one. Has that got all the pipes and tubes? No, it goes. Where does it go? It goes here. Okay, I can do that one. We can do that one, no problem. Okay, then, assuming our first broadcast were received and recognised as responded to, what's the earliest we could expect a response? Well, the nearest star is Proxima Centauri, and that's 4 light years away. So if we assume for a minute that there were planets around, I think there are planets around Proxima Centauri, if we assume that, if we make an assumption that there are planets around that star that have intelligent life on them, and technologically intelligent life, then they would receive a signal from us and respond. And because they're 4 light years away, it would take their signal 4 years to get to us. So it would be 4 years after they first receive our signal. And that it would be 8 years after we send that signal to them and 4 years after they receive it. Of course, they haven't responded yet, which suggests there's no one there listening. But it might be that they just became aware of our signals today. So if we assume today they pick up a radio signal from the Earth and say, dude, there's totally people on there. And they've got radio and everything. Then it will be 4 years from today, because it'd take 4 years for the signal to get to us from them. But of course, we'd have to then. The problem then is, of course, how would we know that? Like they might pick up our signal and respond to us, but unless we're listening for that response frequency of their response and pointing at their star doing it, we're going to miss their reply. It's a really quite catastrophically complicated premise. Kind of makes the odds very unlikely. That's trimmed nicely. But that's the earliest. That's the nearest star system to us. It's Proxima Centauri. Alpha Centauri and Proxima Centauri. Is it Alpha Centauri and Proxima? Yeah, because the planets, the Proxima is it's a twin system, isn't it? I think it's a twin star system. Binary system even. Binary. But of course, you don't know though. It depends where the system with life is. Our signals go out about 100 years so far, because we've had radio for about 100 years. So, well, for more than 120, 130 years. So, however long it took the signal to get there, assuming they detected it the moment the first signal was received, it'll take that long to get there. So if they're 50 light years away and they picked up our first ever radio broadcast, they would have responded 100 years, 50 years ago, 60 years ago. So, yeah. If they're 100 light years away, then it will be 200 years after they receive our first signal. But of course, you don't know when they receive your first signal. So that's the tricky bit. Das ist der tricky bit in Gefahrten. But I've got to tell you though, get yourself some good podcasts. Skeptic's Guide to the Universe. If you've got something like this with 1 billion decals, I've been listening to the Skeptic's Guide podcast for about the last 3 years and I still haven't caught up yet. I tend to listen to it when I'm doing something like this, decals or cleaning up parts or whatever, where I can just pay attention to that and not be paying too much attention to the build. Or I used to do it when I was playing Elite Dangerous, and I've for about 3 years and I've still not got up to. I'm up to 2016 now, I think 2017. They do an episode a week, so yeah, and each one's about an hour and a half, 2 hours long. Right, so this one needs to go. Where does this one need to go now? Which way around? I mean, which is this oriented like that? We'll say, okay, I see that. I see that now. And we're on. There we go. Ask me questions, folks. For the love of dog, ask me things. Give me things to talk about. Life from other planets has been visiting us for quite some time. It may have been. There's no actual evidence for that. But it's not impossible. Here's the weird thing. I don't necessarily not believe that's the case. But what I don't believe is that anybody has had any evidence for that. There isn't any. I'm not saying it's not happened. It may well have happened. Who knows? But no, it's not been happening. Anything that's been presented so far as evidence of it is not. It's just usually woo-woo nonsense. But it's entirely possible. How do we know we weren't seeded here by intelligent life on this planet? I don't mean like humans directly. I mean just life on this planet. Yeah. How do we know somebody didn't come here and give us life? I mean, well, then you get into panspermia, which which is the idea that it's entirely possible that the basic ingredients, the amino acids and carbon chains and various molecules were deposited on Earth from like meteors and from rocks from other planets as they were ejected into space, and that's entirely possible. I don't mean that. I mean, how do we know that an alien civilization didn't deliberately seed this planet with the various chemicals needed for life, or even accidentally? Maybe an alien species landed on Earth billions of years ago, have a look around and went, wow, this planet's lifeless, and went away, but left a load of microbes behind because, by accident. And hello, 4 billion years later, hello, here we are. It's not impossible. I don't believe for a minute that anyone has any evidence of that. Because you've got to really look at the evidence presented. 99% of the time it's presented by someone who is A, American, and B, not that smart. Yeah. No. But any other evidence is never credible. It's not impossible. I'm not saying it's never happened. I'm just saying no one's ever proved it. I used to love... I used to love what Professor Brian Cox says sometimes, and it's what actually Carl Sagan said as well, is like, if all these people have been abducted by aliens, and taken on spaceships and stuff, how come not one single one of them never just picked up an ashtray or a pen or something and secreted it about themselves, and all these times? No, it's just nonsense. The US released that pilot footage of a UFO recently, says Timber. Yes, but the thing you have to remember about UFO is it means unidentified flying object, not alien spaceship. That's what a lot of people forget. For a lot of people, UFO means alien spaceship, and it's like, no, it just means something that they can't believe, they can't understand what it is. Now, on the other side, of course, I will say that if anyone says to you, I don't believe in UFOs, you can genuinely call them an idiot. Because if someone says to you, I don't believe in UFOs, what they're saying is, I do not believe it's possible that a human being can see something in the sky and not be able to identify it. Because I could point out something in the sky now to you now, and it might be like a bird, and you might not know what it is, and you'd be like, what's that? I don't know. There you go, it's a UFO. So it makes me laugh when people say, I don't believe in UFOs. What, you don't believe in objects that cannot be identified in the sky? You're an idiot. It's a play on words that goes over the heads of most people, I'll be perfectly honest. Retro Rabbit says, whoopsie doodles, visitor drops vial of evil organic compounds that make nasty smart ape creatures. Festa says, expect broadband issues. Mine went down earlier. Storm Francis are active across the UK. Ah. Retro Rabbit says, alien civilization receives one of our broadcasts. Takes hundreds of years to decipher why anyone would send them Elvis dancing and likely confuses it with declaration of intergalactic war. It is possible. It is theorized that one of the earliest television signals that aliens would receive would actually be the 1939 Olympics and Hitler giving an address at the 1939 Olympics. Wow, what a way to make an entrance that is. Oh. Yeah. Move on from that one. Right, so what's the next one? That's that one done. Pen, that's what I'm looking for. Pen. Not Penny's boat. What? Random thing there. Now, this one, you think might be a challenge. But given the fact the last two ones with straight pipes were really all doddle, I think this one will be fine. Oh, it's got some square bits on it as well. This one's going to be a challenge. But I shall rise to that challenge. Like a thing that rises to challenges all the time. I need decal number 3. I lost my words there. They didn't really work, did they? Decal number 3, please. Decal number 3 is not on any of those sheets. It must be. There it is. There it is. There she is. There she is. Not so crippled as we were led to believe. Oops. Khan, how do I know we'll keep your word? I've given you no word to keep, Admiral. The way I see it, you simply have no choice. I see your point. Best film ever. If you try and argue otherwise, I will point and laugh at you. For hours. I will just do it for hours non-stop. Best film ever. Certainly the best Star Trek film ever. If nothing else. That would make sense. Yeah, level look up, mate. Big bro watching. This is what gets me about conspiracy theories. You know, like anti-government conspiracy theories. Yeah, oh, this, that, and the other. They're always so funny because at the end of the day, someone who's saying the government are doing this, that, and the other, you have to look at them and say, dude, can you seriously think of any time when a government has been competent enough to do anything like that? Ever. There's no government that could do anything about anything because governments are too damn incompetent. So, yeah. Government conspiracy. Highly unlikely. It's an oxymoron. Phil Lewis says, have to go, night all. Fun, have fun, but don't stay up too late. No, we won't. Although I'm kind of enjoying what I'm doing here, so I might get carried up. I might go for another 2 hours, you never know. I didn't plan on working too late, but the thing is, when you're doing something like this and it goes well, you're encouraged to carry on, so. Also, I have to say, I haven't needed to go for a great big wee yet, which is kind of disturbing. I don't like cutting down this side because I can't control it as easily. There we go. That would make sense if the sightings aren't unidentified anymore. Yeah, I don't believe in UFOs. You clearly don't know what the U stands for or the F or the O, do you? A friend actually said that to me once. I don't believe in UFOs. And I swear, at the time there was a plane going up overhead. It was like a jumbo jet, you know, tens of thousands of feet up, and it was like silent. And I said, okay, what's that? It was like a little tiny glowy speck in the sky. I said, what's that? And he was like, I don't know. There you go then. Do you realise how stupid you sound now? He went, oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, sure. Right. This needs to go on. There, like that. To see lovely. Now, this may be a challenging pain in the bum. We shall find out. Oh, Foxx, I don't know. We kept the fact we cracked the Enigma code quiet for ages, even allowed some ships to be sunk for the greater good. Yeah, that was wartime, though, and different. Yeah, there are some things that can be done, but at the same time, nowadays, nah. Off to bed for me. Night night, guys. Thanks for coming in, Vince. Been a bit quiet in the chat, but thank you for watching nonetheless. I appreciate it. People look up and die of fright because they see the sky and the sun. Only the Scots. To them, the sun's a UFO. I know because I'm half Scottish. I'm pallid and I'm half Scottish, half Irish, which means I'm pallid and confused. Give me things to talk about, folks. Let's talk about things. What should we talk about? Which brush is which now? know you can't really see what's going on under it. Unfortunately, it's not an ideal situation, this, trying to film a big thing like this. Now you said wee Foxx, you'll have to go in a minute. Nah, I've not had a cup of... I've only had like a few sips of coffee in the last 3 hours. He says, take a sip of water. Water. Oh. What I'm going to do, because I forgot to do it earlier, give this a bit of a brush. Just to get any bits off, because this will be a tricky one. What does amaze me on this is they've even captured all these little tiny rivets that you guys can't even see. Tiny rivets in some of the plating, because these are obviously lots of bits from kits. They kit bashed it. And they've included all the little rivets that I've never seen on any other model of the Falcon before. Bandai really have gone out on a limb ridiculously to get the accuracy for these. It's incredible. Incredible. Incroyable. Okay, let us do this now. Let us see how much I can do this. The trick is doing these tricky ones. The reason I'm not doing all the really fiddly ones too much, or reluctant to do the tricky ones, is because I can't swear. I'm not allowed to swear at the moment on this show. I can swear on my own stream. Absolutely, you'll hear me swear, but not on this. And that is a bit of an impediment. A bit of an impediment to when you're doing the fiddly decals and that. Because swearing is kind of part of the DNA of doing fiddly decals. Except this decal that wasn't that fiddly. Okay. When a decal works perfectly like that straight away, I kind of get worried, actually. I'll be perfectly honest. I'm always like, why? Why are you being nice to me? That doesn't compute. This is not natural. Now, they actually have a little gap in the decal for this little sort of bit of panelling to show through, which is fantastic. Tells me I've got it in the right place. But the trick now, of course, is getting everything out. Getting all the juice out without it moving or ripping or tearing. I suspect we're not out of the woods yet. It does kind of go over the edge a little bit, which is doesn't fit perfectly. But I've always had challenge with this decal on Falcons. That's not quite lined up. Everybody's making like dripping noises and splashing noises, but it won't work. Because reading the word doesn't make me want to go for a wee. It's hearing the sound that makes me want to go for a wee. It's too stuck down now. Let's drag that over. I'm really enjoying these decals, though. They are really behaving quite nicely. Good job, Bandai. Right, let's get that tamped down. Do 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 do. You know, I really want bacon right now. I don't know. Just suddenly had a thought. Then my brain went, you know what we need now? Bacon. That's what we need. Timber says we'll be interested on how people display their larger kits. I try not to have larger kits because I haven't got anywhere to put larger kits. But the problem with me, and I've got the same. Ted will tell you the same thing. In that it's not quite lined up. Yeah, it's near enough. I'm very much like Ted in a lot of ways, and Ted will tell you the same thing. You spend all your time making the, especially big models. You spend all your time making a big model, and you love it, and it's great fun. Like Ted did with his big U-boat or his Tiger or whatever. But I'm one of those people that I get distracted by the new shiny and I want to move on to the next build because the next, and this is before I've even finished a current build. I'm a nightmare for it. Now I am dragging the cotton bud here along the thing. I'm actually pulling it down, but it's because it's right against a little ribbed bit there and I can afford to do that. I get bored really easily of builds. You will know that anyway. My mojo goes because I get bored and I want to move on to the next thing, even before I finish the kit. So the problem I have is, same with Ted, basically, I'm like halfway through a build and I'm already bored of it. So by the time I get to the end of it, I'm thinking to myself, well, I could do a nice display base or make a bit of a diorama, but I really want to get on to the next thing and I don't want to build this anymore because I'm bored of it. And the next thing I know, it's on the shelf with the kit supplied stand that's just been given a basic coat of black paint. It's done. And the other problem for me is that I tend to, all the builds I do for myself, I tend to sell anyway. So I don't really keep that many kits. So I don't really have the habit of displaying them. I do have a few in the cabinet and, you know, sounds really weird. Mama Foxx has bought a few of my builds. And purely because she likes them. Mama Foxx actually likes Gunpla. I don't know why. And I said to her once, I hope you're not just buying these, you know, to help me out. If you buy my stuff, I want you to buy my stuff because you like my stuff. She went, no, I buy it because I like it. And I found that it was true because there's somewhere she'll be like, I don't like that one, I don't want to buy it. I'm like, okay, cool. So there's some of my kits are out downstairs in the cabinet. I just stick them in a cabinet because Mama Foxx has bought them. But the rest just get sold. I display my builds in other people's houses. But this one, for example, this is an E-Models build, so this will go back to E-Models and it'll be in their cabinet. Yes, not my problem. Not my problem to display. Yes. Get some micro set on this puppy. That went on a lot easier than I thought it would. That gave me, last few times I've done a Falcon, it's been a fine molds Falcon, and this one has always given me grief. My computer fan just sped up. And that normally means something's going on. Are we still streaming or is it fallen over? But a lot of people will do put them in cabinets. If you make a lot of models, you can't go wrong with a display cabinet. You can get lockable cabinets if you want to. You know, if you've got kids or young people you don't want to touch, you want them to be touched by anybody. They can get expensive though. But what a lot of people do will buy a Detolf cabinet from IKEA. DETOLF. They're 40 quid and they're mostly glass. And they don't hold a lot. They're quite Spartan, but they're 40 quid compared to 200 quid for a traditional cabinet. And you can get a few of them. So they're pretty good. I've got one or two of those. Some people actually, if it's a very big model and it's a very expensive model, then it's almost worth it. If it's a, you know, if it's like a massive ship model or something like that, and you spent hundreds and hundreds of pounds, then it is potentially worth getting an actual display case for it. If you don't want to buy a whole cabinet, if you bought the Dora rail gun, or you know, something like that, you may as well get yourself a very nice display case for it. Because the main thing you want to do when you've finished a build, if you're not like me, you're not selling them or anything, you want to keep it clean. You want to keep it away from hands and dust. Because it's, as Timber says, it's like he says he'd like to display them as a sort of art piece. It makes sense. Yeah, you want them to be preserved. You don't want to suddenly come back in 6 months and find they've got a layer of dust, or if someone in the house smokes, a layer of cigarette crap on them or anything like that. So a cabinet is always good, or a case. A cabinet's a good option, but they're not completely sealed. If you want a model to be completely protected from the elements in a house, like, you know, from dust and dirt and smoke, whatever, a case is always the best option. But it's not cheap at all. But the thing is, like I say, if you spent a lot of money on a model, why not? Then, you know, technically it's worth it. If I bought a Dora kit for, you know, 600-700 quid, you can guarantee I'm going to get a case for it. I'm not going to leave it sat on a shelf. But they are works of art. And that's the thing you have to remember. Model making, you shouldn't look at model making any differently to any other form of art. If you're painting a miniature, like you're painting a figure, that's no different to somebody painting in 2D, painting a 2-dimensional picture. You know, there's no difference between you painting a Space Marine and the guy at Games Workshop painting the artwork that becomes a poster of a Space Marine on your wall. He's just doing it in 2 dimensions. It's still art. Or anything, you know, it doesn't matter what it is. Even this. This is art. Anything creative can be art. Art isn't just 2-dimensional painting on a canvas. Art is a creative endeavour that results in something aesthetically pleasing to look at, or to engage with your senses, to perceive with your senses. That's the definition of art. So yeah, if you make models, you are an artist. If you write music, you're an artist. If you draw pictures, you're an artist. There are many different types of artists, and this is one of them. I'm liking these decals. These are actually better than the Fine Mods decals by far. You might get inspiration from how he models displays their stuff. No, they just have basically a trade counter with glass that's like a wooden top and glass. It's like a glass trade counter, so shelves and stuff. It's like a shop display counter. They just jam everything. Yeah, they just jam it all in that. They don't have spanky cabinets. At least not last time I went in anyway. Although I don't know how well they're going to have to get something big and spanky for Ted's U-boat because it's 4 foot long. So I don't know what they've done with that. Cabinets have a limited depth, so it's a bit tricky. Depends how big the thing is, though. I mean, if it's like I say, if it's something this size, then yeah, you can get cabinets to fit it, and it won't fit in a Decal. I mean, trust me, mine. I've got the one I've got downstairs. My old one sits on top of a cabinet because it doesn't fit in the cabinet. It's a nightmare. Something this kind of size, you might buy a case. If you've got a shelf, you might buy a case to put it in, a display case. I wouldn't ever trust your models to a shelf that just hangs on the wall. Don't ever trust your models to a shelf. If it's a shelving unit that's sat on the floor and isn't attached to the wall, that's fine. If it's a shelf that's built into the wall that can fall off the wall, don't risk it. Especially if it's something like this that you spent a lot of money on. Next, what we do next? I know what we can do next. I think next we need to mark that off. I think next we should go back on ourselves. What we should do is I think it's tail time. I think it's tail time. That's what time it is. What time is it? It's tail time. I'll just not say that again. Yes, I think we should put the decals on the goose feathers at the back. Because of the reasons. Don't press down on the photo etch. No, yeah, don't do that. Gotta be honest, this thing doesn't fit perfectly on the back. It's a bit of a tricky fit. But that could just be because it's got paint on it, and therefore it's a bit tight. But it does pop out a little bit. It's a bit frustrating. But it's fine. Still streaming. Oh, thank you very much, Lynn. Right, so on the back here, you'll notice that I haven't put the actual... We've got the goose feathers at the back here. And I haven't put the actual little control vanes that sit on top. And there's a very good reason for that. It's because some of these have decals on them that go underneath a little T-shaped control vane. And I can never remember which ones have the decals on, so there's no point me sticking them on and then going, oh crap, because I'm going to be gluing them on. So I'm putting the decals on first, and then when I put all the other greebles on, because you've got things like bits that go across here. You've got bits that go across here between this part and this part of the hull. I can't put them on before I attach everything. Bits that go across here and stuff that goes across here. Stuff that I couldn't attach to the hull because I had to have the mandibles and the upper hull in place. And it's the same with these. They go in here and they sit on top of some of the decals. So I'll be putting those on later on. There's some bits up here as well. I'll be getting them primed and painted probably tomorrow in the next few days. And then once all the decals are on, they'll just be pushed into place. Glued if necessary. Necessary. Right. Let's move this up here so you can see it. And let us get on with it. Let's get on with the killing. How are we doing? Can you see that? Yeah, you can see that. Swig of water. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Yes, you absolutely should display your models as art because they are art. Okay. And it's you know, it's one of those things. If you're going to spend tens or even sometimes hundreds of hours, many tens of hours, I've put 150 hours into models before now. What would we need? We need a decal number 46 and 45. Oh, 71. 71, 46, 45. Okay, but 71 goes on to one of the little T things, so I can't do them yet. So 46 and 45. Yeah, if you're going to put hours and hours and hours into your project, why would you then just throw all that work away by dumping it somewhere? No point. It's a waste of time. You want to protect it. 46 and 45. 46 and 45. There we go. Absolutely, you want to protect it and display it. The other thing I'll say as well, and again, Ted will agree with me on this, about displaying my stuff, when I display my own stuff. The stuff that I don't sell, which isn't much, the difficulty again with that is not only do I get bored of builds instantly at the moment I start them, basically, which is not untrue, the problem is that because of that, a lot of the times, the moment a project is finished and it goes in the cabinet, I never look at it again. I never even think about it again. It's gone. I'm on to the next thing. The moment the project's done, I've moved on. I've forgotten all about it. So displaying it isn't really a big thing for me because I don't go downstairs and look at the stuff in the display cabinet. I don't really care. It's done. It's gone. I've moved on. I'll occasionally have a look and be like, yeah, I'm still proud of that, or yeah, I could do better than that now. But more often than not, I just walk past the cabinet and don't even look. Because I'm always learning, and everybody is, but I like to hope that I'm always learning. And if I look at a piece I've done a year ago and I'm not saddened by it in some way, if I can look at something I've done in the past and not feel some kind of disappointment that I did something wrong or I could do something better, then something's not right. Because at the end of the day, every time I look at a piece that I've finished in the past, I should look at it and go, well, I wouldn't do that now, and that didn't come out very well, and I know how to not do that anymore, and I wouldn't use that technique on that now, I'd use this other technique. So pretty much whenever I look at something I've done in the past, I expect and I should feel disappointment. And I'm not going to make myself... I don't want to walk into my cabinet and just go, ugh, every time. So not only am I no longer interested because it's in the past and I've moved on, I also don't necessarily want to be disappointed every time I look at it, because it's something that at the time I thought was the bee's knees. I was like, wow, this is the best thing ever. And, a year later I walk past and go, wow, that's garbage. Like, my Millennium Falcon, the Fine Molds Falcon, the first one I ever did. I was dead proud of it. But looking at it now, it's absolute garbage. I've even got some bits on the wrong way around because I'm an idiot. But, yeah. When I did the Revell 1/72 7C U-boat, good few years ago now, I built two. One was for me, and then about a year and a half later, I got commissioned to build another one. And in that time, it was about a year and a half, maybe 2 years between them. I don't know, maybe a year and a half. Even in that short time, I'd learned so much between doing the first one and then lots of other kits and then coming to the second one, that the second one, because I'd done the first one and put it in the cabinet and never looked at it again, because that's what I do, I get bored of it. So I did the second one, and then out of curiosity, I got the old one out and put them side by side, and it was night and day. I mean, at the time, the second one, the commission one, I thought I'd done really well. It was really nicely done. If you've seen photographs, that's the one you'll have seen. It used easy line, not thread, and you know, the weathering was subtle. When I did the video build series on my channel, that's the second one. That's the commission one. I didn't film the original one. I did it as a blog at the time. So that I compared it, and the first one compared to the second one was absolute garbage. I was like, wow, how did I do that? Holy cow. Because I hadn't looked at it in a year. Now, I don't doubt for 1 minute that if I was to look at the second one now, the one I did as a commission all those years ago that somebody paid a lot of money for, I'd look at it and go, good God, did you pay for that? Oh, wow, I sold you that for that much? Holy cow. You're an idiot. Yeah, I'd be horrified that I actually took money off someone for it, I would suspect. If I was to look at it now, I'd be like, dear Lord, did I really take money off you for that? Because, you know, we're always learning, we're always improving. I like to think anyway. I will never, ever sit there and look at one of my works and go, that I can't improve on that, that's perfect, because that's nonsense. You can always improve on it. I don't even know where I was going with this whole conversation now, but it's probably interesting. So, yeah, so where's this one going? This one goes like this. See, I love this one because they're two separate decals. It's probably not even on camera. Two separate decals when it's on camera, but the chipping on this one carries on to the chipping on that one. It's beautiful. I love it. I'm going to move it there so I can see it. There we go. Yeah, the chipping on the first one, on the red one, carries on. I'm going to move it out of the way because I need to get this red one down first. So yeah, I never think about displaying my own stuff because I never go back and look at it because I have no desire to. Unless it's pure, unless it's deliberately to see how far I've come. It's always interesting to keep your old stuff because at some point you will want to have a look and say, how far have I actually come in all these years? It can be interesting to do that experiment, to sort of do that little study in your own work, but yeah, it's weird. So I've got stuff in the cabinet downstairs, but I can't tell you the last time I looked in that cabinet. Hell, there's a 3-foot Master Chief in there that I haven't looked at in whatever when I did 2017 when I did it. I was proud as punch when I finished that. If I looked at it now, I'd be like, well, maybe. Probably not that impressed. Right, this one's being awkward to fit in. It's not quite the right shape, I don't think. You have to forgive me if I get my head in the way, but I need to look at it from a certain angle. I think I need to stop being quite so anal about the positioning of it and just get it about right. Because I don't think it's going to fit perfectly anyway. There we go, that'll do. Diesel. Get that one down first. Just loosely. Because then we can move into the grey one and get that one in. Yeah, but you should always keep in mind that you'll always improve. Even someone who's been doing this for all their life will still tell you that they're always learning. There's always something new you can learn. Because if I look at the hobby, when I left the hobby the first time, because I left the hobby for a while and then came back to it, but when I first left the hobby and then came back, I had no recognition at all of what was going on. I didn't have a clue what was going on because the difference was vast. When I stopped making models way back when, weathering was a black water dry brush and that was it. And that wasn't just me. That was what you were meant to do. You painted a vehicle like a tank, and if you wanted to weather it, you did a dry brush with silver, or you did a dry brush with black, and that was kind of weathering in those days. That's what it was. That's how it worked. That's how weathering do. And then, I come back 20 years later and dear God, even just weathering, it's like now here are 15 billion products you can use for weathering, from pigments to pastels and powders and oils and everything. It's like, wow. You know, I think I showed on my channel, I showed a video a few months ago, end of last year, where I picked up a couple of old 1980s era model making guidebooks, like how to make models, that kind of thing. And there were books that I had as a kid growing up that taught me everything I needed to know. And I think I showed it on the video there, but some of the pictures in that book of like models made by professional, proper, grown-up modelers. And when you're a kid reading the book, you're like, oh, I'll never make models like that. But you look back at it now and you're like, oh dear God, these are awful. It's just nightmare fuel, some of it, because especially some of the figures, like, you know, the photographs that I remember from my youth. I got these books on eBay, and it was like, I remember these books, let's get them again. And looking back at these pictures of models that I remember from my youth, and there's one of, like, you know, a British quad tractor and a Bofors gun or something. I think it's something like that. And I remember being a kid and looking at it thinking, oh, I wish I could weather and paint like that. And then looking back at it now, and it's like, oh, that's just terrible. Edward Leonard says the lips in that book. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a guy in the book that paints. There's one Airfix figure. It's like a 1/12 scale figure, a Napoleonic type soldier, and his entire thing is to get that figure and customize it into a million other things. So there's a range of like photographs of these figures he's done, which is all the same figure but modified to be a Napoleonic hussar or a figure of Napoleon himself or a whatever. And he paints the face quite well, but then he paints the mouth. And imagine you've got the mouth there. That's the mouth. There's the bottom lip and top lip. And he paints this pink circle around it. Like that. And I'm like, what? That is not a human thing. That is not how human mouths work. What? And I never understood that. Even then, I was like, that's garbage. Even then, as a child, I was like, this is not how people mouths work. But hey. So I'm glad that Edward Leonard remembered that. In fact, I'll show you. I'll show you. If I can find one. There are still some good things in these books, but I got these books because it was me remembering what it was like when I was a kid. One of them is, you'll have seen it before, it's the Encyclopedia of Military Modelling. I can't show you the whole book because the camera's in the wrong place. But let me show you. Let me sing you the song of my people. Let me show you this guy's mouth style. Let me find one. Hang on. I've got to find it now. I'm sure most of you have seen this before, but if you haven't. This book is, I think, from 1982. 1981. 1981, this book. So bear in mind, in this book it does say, if you want to brush paint your models, you must have some good enamel paints and 2 or 3 brushes, and that's it. Everything was enamel paints in these days. Let me find one. There are some good things about, like, you know, modding, but look at this. Here we go. I hope this won't be in focus, but can I just point out this man's face? What is happening with the mouth? What is this? I don't get what this is. This scenario here. I don't understand. This is Bernie Harris. So 1/12 scale mounted Imperial Guard figure based on Airfix parts. This guy Bernie Harris. I'm sure he's a very good modeler. I'm sure he was. Probably isn't anymore. But there's a few of his figures in here, and it's always the same figure modded up. But look at Napoleon. It's the same guy. It's the same figure. He's modded it. But look, it's the mouth again. I don't get it. There's loads of them. I mean, it was a different time, and, you know, painting and weathering in those days was completely different. They didn't have all the products we've got now. So it's easy to mock, but they worked with what they had. But, dear Lord. I don't know. I never quite... I can't believe that nobody took this Bernie Harris to one side and said, dude, this whole thing with the pink mouths, where's that? What kind of people do you share your life with? Because that's not the humans I know. It's like everybody's been like, just like, I don't know, brushing their teeth by rubbing toothbrushes across their lips or something. 47 and 48 is what we need next. 47 and unnumbered. Oh, brilliant. I've cut the number off. Fantastic. Let's just see if we can compare scratch marks. Okay, it's not actually numbered because I think I've cut the number off, but I think that's decal number 48. I'm hoping. We'll find out. 47 and 48. Let's hope it's the right one. So yeah, so they're good books to have. And I remember being a kid and reading through those books. One of them is that one's the Encyclopedia of Military Modelling, and the other one is the Scale Modeller's Handbook, which again does have some useful information, especially about like some things like painting checkers and doing simple plastic card work. But a lot of it now is kind of outdated, useless information because our own standards have increased massively. You can get them. You can pick them up on eBay for a few quid. They're not expensive now. But I grew up I grew up in the 80s with those books, and I learned everything I needed to learn at the time from those books. So when I got back into the hobby in like 2011, 2010, 2011, that's what I knew. I was still at 1980s level of knowledge and products. I knew Tamiya paints, and I knew that I had never used a primer. I used to get the model, paint the bits on the sprue with Tamiya paints, brush paint them, and then put the model together, and there you go. It's a Willys Jeep or a Hanomag or whatever. I didn't know about washes or shading or anything like that. I thought if you wanted to paint a man's face on a model, you just get Tamiya flat flesh. There you go, face done. And weathering literally was a black wash, thin black wash, or a dry brush metallics. That was it. So yeah, so I came back into it and so much had changed. I'm like, wait, what? The first thing I did when I got back into the hobby, around about 2010, 2011, I dug out of the loft my old MPC, I think it was MPC, snow speeder kit. Big snow speeder kit. It was terrible. It had what were uncharmingly known as the thalidomide pilots. They were like really badly designed figures that didn't make any sense. And I remember the reason it started was for a few weeks, I'd been waking up in the morning, get up, getting ready for work, and I'd be just thinking about this kit in the loft. I don't know why, but I'd be dreaming. I'd be dreaming away in my dreams, and I'd be in a model shop looking on the shelves at models, and I hadn't built a model in 20 years. And I'd be in a model shop looking at this, and then I'd wake up and I'd be like, oh, yeah, maybe I should do a more model. And then I think about I've got that snow speeder kit that I never got around to making. So I got that out, and I built that and painted it using the techniques that I had when I had finished modelling. And when I finished modelling, I think I have to, rethinking what I said, I had actually just bought, or I did have some Tamiya pastel Weathering Master pastels. And I think it was just as they started to come in that I dropped out the hobby. So I had those, but I was still brush painting Tamiya paint. Oh, yeah. So that was terrible. Looking back on it now, that was terrible. But yeah, we're always learning. So when I compare those two U-boats, the one I've made and then the one I made a couple of years later for commission, I was so disgusted by the original one that was so terrible compared to the first one that I snapped it in half and threw it in the bin. The old one. Because that was just for me. It was on my shelf. And it was like, wow, I've just come so far in that year and a half. But I couldn't bear to have it on the shelf. I'm like, I can't even look at it. It's terrible. So I just snapped it in half and threw it away. Yeah. Where are we? Terrifying, isn't it, Ian? It's Mick Jagger. Back in the 80s, I tried to weather a Corsair like I saw in a book, and well, it didn't look anything like in the book. Yes. I have to say, in one of those books, there's a photograph of a child painting a Corsair. And he's brush painting white enamel paint onto the underside of it. The plane is in the box, but I have to alert you to the fact he is actually wearing the patented 1970s, 1980s blue tracksuit with the two white stripes down the arm. Yeah, that's how 1980s that book is. 1970s. Right, so I need to get these in the right place now. So 47 is this one. And this one needs to go 1, 2, I've got to count these now, haven't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it should be right there. Okay. That goes there. And I will move this round in a second. I do apologise, it's not where you can see it. Get this one on first. Yeah, and that's an abiding memory from the 70s, is those like blue tracksuit tops with the 2 white stripes down the arm. And a little bit of stretchy elastic around the wrist. Going back to the day of those. There we go, that's on there like a glove, like a glove. These decals are delightful. They have done nothing but behave for me all night so far. I obviously know that I am tempting the wrath of the whatever from high atop the thing by saying that, but they have been as good as gold. Good as gold. You still with us, Festival? Yes, you are. He's just said, nope, still here. It's the model making equivalent of the Verge's PC build. Yeah. In the 70s and 80s, we didn't have an airbrush. At least I didn't. That book, I'll show you in a minute, that book actually says about airbrushes. And it basically kind of says you don't really want to airbrush. But there's a fantastic photograph of a bloke with an airbrush, and it couldn't be more 70s if you tried. I'll show you in a minute. It's in the same section that says about you should have some enamel paints and some good and a few brushes. That's how to do brush painting. It's like, oh dear. I'm pretty sure maybe just acrylic paints weren't a thing then, but it does make me wonder if that was what the average modeler was using. How the hell did Shepherd Payne make so many good-looking models with all the awful products that they had in those days? I don't know. Who can say? Oh, got sniffles. Right, that should be there. It never quite lines up with the little niblets. Little niblets on the side that shouldn't interfere with it, but they do. Is that even the right decal? I could have the wrong decal. Yeah, yes it is. Yes it is. No it isn't. Yes it is. There we go. Lovely. I think. Clunk, I heard that. Now I know these they're not conforming exactly to the edges of these panels, but it's not a big problem because you have got those T-shaped control vanes that go over these anyway. And like I said before, when we do the weathering on this, it will actually shade in some of the panel lines and add some shading. So don't be worried if something doesn't quite line up exactly. It'll come good in the mix. As an audio engineer would tell you, it'll all come good in the mix. And if you get absolutely desperate, when it's all dried, just scrape away with a blade and make some extra paint chips. Oops. No one will ever know. Like if that didn't quite line up there at the edge, what I could do is just scrape away, chip away at the edge of it, just to take a little bit out. It wouldn't be screen accurate, but I don't care. I'm not going for screen accurate. Remember. Right, so that's those four. There's only those four. The other ones that go on here, they actually go onto the goose feather parts themselves, and I can't put them on yet, so they will be added presently. Hi Tommy. Tommy's in. Do. Hi Fox. Tommy's here. Says K-pop Mummy Barker. Hey Tommy. How you doing, buddy? I've done that one. Today I am working on a big Millennium Falcon. Oh, Dave's in as well. Is Dave in? I've lost track of who's in chat now. Yes, I'll show you that picture in a minute. It's just the most 70s. Yeah, but the airbrush section in that book talks about, like, it's kind of basically saying go and buy the worst airbrush you can imagine and use cans of air. Yeah, the innocent and naive days. Let me have a look. Let's see. There's the photograph. It's lovely. It's just an adorable photograph. It's fantastic. See if I can find it. Here we go. You won't get it all on screen, but it's just how 1970s is that. Brown or black shirt, waistcoat, terrible tie, ginky hair, and the world's worst airbrush with a can of air. And then the crappy Airfix kit of the Titanic. I actually had that Titanic kit. It's terrible. The Mary, the St. Mary, or whatever it was. Oh, Mauritania. There we go. Even the table is protected by brown paper, it says. Yeah, but the guy's wearing a waistcoat and a shirt and tie. It's so good. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Oh. We were never that stylish, surely. Right, let's go around. I'll get this. We'll leave that on there for now. I will not bang into that again. Let's move this forward a bit. Oh, clunk again. There we go. Come on, I'm trying to give the people things to look at here. Don't get in my way. We'll go around with another coat of micro sol. I know I'll just contact you or Foxx if I have questions. What are we talking about? What we're helping you with now? Sniffles, I do apologise. I'll help you with anything you want, Lynn. I charge good rates. I'm not expensive. Many people have said I'm completely cheap, so... Although I would say don't ask me for any advice about ships, because I have no idea about painting and weathering ships. No idea. I don't do boats. That's Ted. So I've got no clue. That's the reason I don't do like boats and ships. It's not. I mean, it's partly because I don't have any interest in them. Because if you pardon the pun, they don't float my boat. But it's more that I wouldn't know how to weather them. I can't weather something that's at that big scale. Because it's not like I can use my normal weathering techniques. Because they're too, the models are too small. They're too big. Foxx, it's a bottom feed brush and no face mask. Dear Lord, it really was the dark age. Oh yeah, exactly. When you're airbrushing, you must always wear a shirt and brown shirt and terrible tie with a real twill waistcoat, because this is the safety procedure. Because damn it, this is the 1980s and this is what we do. Yeah, so cool. And here's the thing, right? This is a question, and this may only be in the UK. But if you look at any man in the 70s, and I don't mean like a middle-aged man with boring hair, but I mean anybody in the 20s or 30s that had shoulder-length hair, any kind of hair like that. Why does the hair always look greasy? I mean, they had shampoo, they had conditioner, they had normal hair care products, and why is it that in the 70s everybody had that kind of wavy hair that kind of... You don't see that hair anymore. I mean, people just used to wash their hair and go out, but is there some genetic thing that means people's hair doesn't grow in that shape anymore? Because, if I grow my hair out, it will never ever look like a 1970s type haircut. I don't mean haircut, but like that kind of just the way hair hangs. I don't understand what hair did. Something in the 70s made men's hair go weird. Just the way it moved around, it's just weird. I mean, were shampoos terrible in the 70s? I don't remember, but I don't remember having constantly greasy, mingy hair. But I don't know. It's just very weird. Back then I used brushes, testers, enamel paints, no mask and no respirator. Well, you don't need them if you're brushing, but yeah. In the 70s, we all grew up using enamel paints, because when I was real little, before I started, I didn't start painting models till sort of, mid-80s, but back in the days, in the early days, when you bought a model kit, it was you bought the model kit and you bought a brush and you brought a couple of tiny little metal pots of Humbrol enamel paint, and that was it. If you're making a Spitfire, you get a pot of green, a pot of brown, a pot of black and a pot of silver and a brush, and that's it. And you go into the garage and you borrow some of your dad's terps, and that was painting a model in those days. That's how we did. That's how we do. Right, they can have a coat of this. Now these ones on the back here won't need more than one coat of micro sol. I had to look at the bottle to remind myself, because these are flat decals on a flat surface. I don't need to worry about them conforming to panel lines or raised details, because there aren't any. So it literally is one coat of microset when I put them on, 1 coat of microsol now, and that's all they'll need. Now this one doesn't quite line up to the panel line there, but once it's been weathered and it's got the crossbar on it, it'll be fine. You'll be fine. Nobody will know. Right, so I think we'll let them give another. Don't think I'm going to do another decal now. I think we'll leave it there for them. But I'm going to stay on for a bit because I'll give them another couple of coats of microsol while we're hanging out. But I don't think I'll do any more decals just yet. I'll carry on with those tomorrow. Let's have a look at chat. I need to take my headset off because it's too heavy. Let me just put that back there. Keep in mind, of course, this looks really white on telly. I'm just looking at the monitor now and it looks quite white, but it's not actually that white. It's more of a creamy off-white colour. I've tried to match it as closely as I can to actual Flowquill Reefer white, and it's not far off. It's far. Somebody did ask me why I didn't just use this. Why don't I use the Archive X paints, because they're a reproduction of Reefer white. It's because eModels don't sell them. This is an eModels subject, eModels build, so I use what eModels sells. The only thing missing from that photo was a capstan full strength hanging from the lip. Oh yes. Brill cream or Falcon hairspray. Oh, Falcon hairspray, good God. Maybe all the tobacco smoke might have affected things. Yeah, it's true. Power cuts and irregular baths, there is that. Hair gel. No, when men had long wavy hair like that, it wasn't hair gel. I'm playing Arsenal for 10 minutes because it's midnight. I won't tell them if you don't, Tommy. Shh. If you're sneaking a late night, I'm not going to say anything. I won't tell anyone. Shh. It's our secret. I'm up to date with chat. Give me things to talk about, folks. Ask me questions and stuff. I'll see if I can find some more pictures in these books. I know it's hard for you to see them, but these are all black and white. This is a modelling book, but everything's in black and white, which is rubbish. Where's one? Oh no, that's not a really good idea. They're all black and white, so that's no use at all. Do. Where are we? Let's have a look. There's quite a good section on painting horses in this military modelling handbook. That's quite good. Do. Yeah, like this thing here. Like, remember something like the quad truck. You can't really see it because the Falcon's in the way. But the quad truck there. When I was a kid, I used to look at that, and that was amazing. But now I know you've just airbrushed it green and then airbrushed some dusty colour over the top, and that's it. It's like, yeah. A lot of these have just got a black wash. And it is quite amazing to think, you know, that's the standard of the time. And nowadays, that is not how things work. There's one in here. Where are we? Got to try and find one. There's one in here now that's a classic. This is not what you should do. There's lots of figures that are painted that look really shiny because nobody had the idea about, like, you know, matte varnish. Right, I'll try and find one more for you before I put this away, because you can't. There's no fun sitting listening to me leafing through a book. I can't find it. Oh well, never mind. Never mind. Anyway, yes, there we go. Terrible 1980s books. Foxx, what do you call a judge with no thumbs? I don't know. Ian Thompson, got any proper Chumley Warner photos? No, it's 1980s, not 1940s and 50s. Sadly. Justice Fingers. Justice. Even Guthorm liked that one. Although he's looking away from chat, so maybe he didn't. Oh, dear me. What do you call a fish with no eye? I ruined that by mispronouncing the word eyes, which is kind of the important word there. Right, so we get these dry for a little minute, give them another coat. Ian Thompson says face palm. Yeah, so these have gone on really nicely. I'm actually quite pleased with how these have come out now. And on camera, they look really, like, I know this looks white and that looks bright red and these look dark grey. It's not as bold as that. As I say, remember, you're watching through a webcam and the colour balance isn't quite right. I'm quite pleased with how this is coming out. I think this is going to be another one where I really regret having to give it back to eModels. Especially when because I know I will take this, I will bring my other one from downstairs and dust off the inch of dust that's on it and compare it and be like, dear Lord. I might snap my old one in half and then this one will go away. Like the U-boat, this one will go away to a new home and I'll be left with the crappy one that I did 5 years ago that I can't bear to look at. No, I can't, no. Yeah. But the sad thing for me is I can't, much as I would love to get one for myself and put it in my own cabinet, again, I'd never look at it once I'd done it. But the thing is, I can't spend weeks and weeks on a build that I can't then sell because this is what I do for a living. So that's weeks and weeks of, and I've already filmed this now, so I don't no longer have the luxury of doing a build just for myself, because if I'm doing that, I'm not filming it, and if I'm not filming it, I'm not doing any content for people. So I don't really get that luxury anymore of just building something for the fun of building it for myself. So not that I'm complaining, because they all get sold. But yeah, it's a shame this has to go back to eModels, because I think I might quite like to keep this in my cabinet. Maybe I should give them the other one. They'll never know. They'll never know. Shh, don't tell them. Don't tell them. I'll give mine the one that I painted. They might know by the inch of dust and God knows what else that's probably living inside it. And the fact that half of these things on the back are the wrong way around. Yeah, we won't talk about that. I didn't realise till I finished it. And I'm like, oh, the things, oh, they faced the wrong way. Yeah, I messed it up. Paul Tommaso, the Tacom Polish prototype tank order off eBay hasn't shipped out yet, coming from China. Yeah, might be a while. Mama Foxx has ordered some bits and bobs that are coming from like retailers in China, and they're taking a while, forever. So, well, that happened to that. I ordered some dice that said they'd be here by the end of October, and they turned up like 4 days ago, after about 2 weeks. So, yeah, comes and goes. Comes and goes. I'll put the Rec Tenor dish on. Back on again, just loosely for now, so it's not just sitting around on the desk. Yeah, it was coming out quite nicely. I'm quite enjoying this so far. Coming out quite nice. Did go together really nicely. What's to come though on this? Obviously, once we've got all the decals done, once that's done, we have to do the weathering. And like I said at the start, if you weren't here, I'm going to demonstrate how painting and weathering this is the most fun, because it's the easiest thing in the world. Weathering will literally be... Oh, I can see a couple of... You won't be able to see them because they're not on camera, but there are a couple... Sorry, Guthorn. There's a couple of little bits here where I think I've splodged with the decal solution. A little drop has gone on there, and it's just changed the finish of the paint a little bit. It's just had a little bit of a snack on the paint. It's fine. It'll get hidden by the weathering, but it's fine. Yeah, hopefully what I'll show you is that the weathering on this is going to be an absolute doddle, because it literally is going to be filter, panel discoloration, streaking, bit of dry brushing. Done. That's it. That's it. Like I said, I'll probably get all the weathering done in one episode. It'll probably take me about 3 or 4 days to do it, and I'm not fully sure yet. When I did the fine moulds one, this is the only thing that's slowing me down. When I did the fine moulds one, sorry, Guthorn. When I did the fine moulds Falcon, because it's regular polystyrene plastic, when I'd done all the base coats and decals, I gave it a Tamiya smoke wash, which means I took a pot of Tamiya thinner, the X28 thinner, the glass pot size, put in 1 or 2 brushfuls of Tamiya smoke, and then washed it all over the whole model. I did the top bit first and then turned it over into the bottom. Didn't use gravity to do its magic. And a couple of coats of that, and it just settled into all the recesses. And it toned, a bit like a shade from Citadel, but it kind of also tinted everything, but it was just thin Tamiya paint. And then I did a dry brush over the top just to bring it back and soften it all down. And that was brilliant, but I can't do that on this because that would melt half the plastic, because it's Bandai. So I don't know what I'm going to do, if I'm going to do that at all, any kind of wash or shade. When I do the filters, that might go into the panel lines. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know how it's going to work. We'll find out. At the very worst, I can do a pin wash. It'll take forever, but I can do a pin wash around some of the details if I need to. I'm going to have to be careful because I'm going to use oils and odorless terpenoids. I'm going to have to be very careful because this plastic will be eaten alive if I get thinner everywhere. So it'll be with a lot of caveats and a lot of warnings. Yeah, I don't know. How big are the dice you bought? I think they're about 13 kilometers by 6 inches or something. Yeah, they're 15mm square, which is the correct size. Yes. I can't wait to start my Falcon, says Lynn. Cool. I'll make room for one, but I have to make more room for the Revell one. If you've got a Revell one, test out everything on that first. If you've got the little cheap Revell Falcon, make that your first one, just to get as a dry run, as a test run for the painting and the pre-shading and everything else. Make that a dry run. Because if you've got yourself one of these, you do not want to you do not want the perfect grey Falcon to be the first Falcon you ever paint, because you're just throwing $300 away. Oh, you're risking throwing $300 away there. You might do a fantastic job of it, but you might not. If you're not used to it, if you're not familiar or confident, I would say don't make a kit like this, the first of its type that you paint, and start off with like the Revell one, so you can mess it up and not worry about it. Before I did my first ever, when I did my first ever Fine Molds Falcon, I did it for me, and I wish I hadn't. I wish I'd done a little cheap Revell one first or something, because I was kind of making it up as I went along, and looking back at it now, it's not great. But that was 300 quid in its day. That was the 300 quid model kit. So, yeah. And then when I did the second one, which was then a commission, what I'd learned from the first one and on other projects since then, I put into that, and it looked much better. So I wish that when I'd done my first Falcon for me, I'd done a crappy cheap one first, just to test everything out. What I'm doing on here now is a result of all the things I've learned since I messed up my own Fine Modes Falcon all those years ago. I don't know. Foxx, could you use Citadel paints? Yeah, the water-based. Absolutely, yes. You can spray this with anything. I wouldn't brush it. I wouldn't spend all the money on this kit, like 300 quid on this, and then brush paint it. That would be like getting a Ferrari and putting red diesel in it. But yeah, you can absolutely use Citadel paints. I would suggest, though, if you can, use Tamiya paints, at least for the base colours, purely because, or lacquers, or anything like that, purely because they're more durable than acrylics. Water-based acrylics, so Citadel, Vallejo, Ammo by MIG, although I wouldn't use those if you're new to the hobby anyway. They're fine and they look great, but they're not very durable. And as you can see, when I put this together, I was kind of doing a lot of pressing and handling, and I've been handling it to turn it round. And there's a lot of handling to do with this kit when you've got it all together, when you're painting and weathering it. And when I'm doing the weathering, you'll see me, I'll be doing lots of like, rubbing and brush painting and stuff, and streaking and stuff. The paint's going to take a lot of punishment, and I know that Tamiya paints will deal with that perfectly. But with things like Citadel and Vallejo and the other water-based acrylics, even just handling it like this, if I'm constantly picking it up and putting it down and moving things around, the paint rubs off the edges. Now on the Falcon, it's not a big deal because it's a weathered ship anyway, but it's still there. Every time you handle it, every time I have to, when I push this into place or push this bit down here, or, handle this, taking this on and off all the time, you're going to find that paint's going to rub off the edges. It's just a fact of life with water-based acrylics. So for this kit, I would say for a Falcon, stick to more durable paint. So you've got your Tamiya acrylics, which are actually more like lacquers. You've got actual lacquers. There are, like I've said before in the video, and like somebody asked me about, there are other brands of paint out there. There's the Archive X paints, which are enamels, and they are done to, it's like a reproduction of the original Flow Quill paints. I don't know where you get them from though, and eModels don't sell them, so I can't tell you where to get them. And please don't post in chat if you know, because that's not something eModel sells. But there are lots of other paints out there, but I would say just because the amount of handling you're going to have to do with this, dealing with the wiring in here, when you're putting this together, you've got to feed the wiring through, and you've got to be, and while you're still trying to handle it, I was trying to balance holding the whole kit while fading the wires through. It's like, yeah, you want a paint that's reasonably durable, so lacquers are going to be your best bet, just for the base colours. Just for the base coats. For weathering, I wouldn't use a shade on this because it's too big. you put a shade on this, it's going to be dead obvious. It's not that kind of weathering that you want on it. You want subtle, seamless weathering. You want something really subtle, and a shade on this, apart from the fact it take a lot of shade, it would just ruin all that hard work. I don't want to do that. So it's better for oils and enamels for your weathering, for pin washers and stuff. Where are we? I still haven't won the lotto to get myself a perfect grade Falcon, says Paul Di Tommaso. Unless you ask somebody really nicely for a birthday present or Christmas present. Maybe. No, it's an option. The thing is with these kind of kits, they are expensive, but I suppose the other thing, of course, is have a look at, if you're the kind of person that buys, loads of kits every year. If you buy 10 kits in a year, if you buy 10 Tamiya tank kits in a year, that's the same cost as this. So it might just be, if you've got a stash of kits for a while, just don't buy any new ones and work on your stash, and the money you would have spent on the new ones, just put it to one side, because eventually you'll get enough to get one of these. Or, I mean, the Revell Master Series is the same price as this, but that's basically the old fire molds kit, and it's almost as good. It's second only to this, but it's about the same price. If you want the actual fire molds kit that's long out of print, that'll be like $900, so I wouldn't bother with that. But other than that, just have fun with it. Get yourself a Revell one and have fun painting it. And then if you do save up and get yourself a big one of these, then at least you've done the paint job before and you kind of know what you're doing. Vallejo make acrylic washes. They do. The problem with the acrylic washes that I don't like is, this is the problem with acrylic washes. If I want to do let's say I want to get a pin wash into all these little panel lines around some of the details. If I do an enamel paint, like a weathering, like a panel line wash or something that's enamel based, I can put it on there carelessly, and then after about 5 minutes, I can go in with a dry cotton bud and I can just wipe off the excess, and all the paint that's left is in the recesses. If you do it with an acrylic, it's on there. Once it's on there, it's on there. You can't get it off. You can use thinners to remove it from, say I want to get it in that panel line there. You can use thinners to wipe it away, but then you're wiping acrylic paint thinners onto acrylic paints, and they can also affect the Tamiya paints. So if I'm using enamels or oils, I can get the paint on there. I can either get it off with a dry cotton bud. If it's gone a bit too dry, I can get some oil paint thinners or terpenoids, and I can wipe it away, and those will not react with this paint. That's the advantage of using oils and enamels. The thinners for oils and enamels do not do anything to acrylics or to the Tamiya lacquers. Nothing at all. So I could dip this in a vat of oil paint thinners, and yes, I know the plastic would explode, but if we pretend it wouldn't, nothing would happen to this paint. It would just nothing. So that's the advantage. If you're doing anything, if you've got acrylic paints on a model and you want to use acrylic washes and you need acrylic thinners, you're putting that paint at risk. So yeah, I mean, when I did my Tamiya smoke washes over my old Falcon, I was putting my paint at risk because it was Tamiya paint, and then I was using Tamiya smoke wash, which was thinners with a little bit of paint. So I was basically coating it in thinners, and that was putting the paint. It worked, but somehow I don't quite know. So yes, as they can be good, but yeah, I prefer enamel or oils where I can get the paint where I want it and then wipe away the excess. Because if I put oil paint wash into these recesses, I've got hours that I can go back and clean it up. So Tommy says, night guys. Good night, Tommy. Thanks for popping in. See you soon, buddy. Russell Williamson says the fire molds is a fair size smaller. It's maybe a little tiny bit smaller. Don't forget that this is based on the 5-foot model, the 5-foot filming model. The fire molds one is not. I think the fire molds one was based on the 32-inch Empire Strikes Back Falcon, and this is based on the 5-foot New Hope Falcon, which was modified later to be the Empire Strikes Back. But so this has a slightly different profile and shape to it, because they're both based on different models. Basically, they're taken from different models. But the fire molds one, I think, is a little tiny bit smaller, but not much. But yeah, this is. I mean, this is just a lot more accurate. It's got a lower part count than the fire molds, I think. The fire molds had about 900 parts in it. And oh my god, part A22. Oh dear lord. Part A22, god. Loads of those and they always ping off. But then again, the fire molds doesn't have photo etch grills. It has solid plastic. Don't forget the fire molds one is like 2004 or 5 or something like that. It's still a really... And when we say fire molds, by the way, that is currently the Revell Master Series Falcon, the $300 one, 300 quid one. That's the fire molds Falcon. Fire molds can't make it anymore and sell it under their brand, not for the last 10 years. They're not allowed, well, last 7 or 8 years, they're not allowed to. But they make it for Revell, who then box it as theirs. So if you, that's my phone. If you want the fire molds Falcon, which was up until when this came out, it was the most accurate Falcon ever. That's the Revell Master Series. It's a proper traditional glue kit. It's not like this. It's a proper traditional glue kit. It's a close second to this. This is the most accurate Falcon kit you're going to get. The fire molds is close, but not quite there. Everything else is just nonsense. These two, but this is the most accurate. For now, I've settled for the smaller scale Bandai Falcon, says Paul Di Tommaso. Yeah, the 1/44th. It's kind of almost as detailed as this. It's like that size. It's just as detailed as this. It's bizarre. It's very nice. Ian says, Foxx, to me, the New Hope model will be forever the Falcon for me. And same for me. The fire molds one has the 2 extra landing gear things because it's the Empire Strikes Back version. This, of course, is the New Hope Falcon. Although it's the New Hope Falcon, but it's not got the New Hope cockpit, which is weird. There's a few little bits that aren't quite right, but most of it is spot on. There's a few little tiny bits that aren't quite accurate. But yes, you can see on this one, if I'm very careful, it's where it all falls over now. And I don't touch any of the decals I've put on. This is, of course, the New Hope with 3 landing gear bays. 1, 2, 3. It's got these 2 trenches here. The Empire Strikes Back one has 2 extra boxy things here, where there's 2 extra landing legs. But I much prefer this, the New Hope style. It's slimmer and a little bit bigger. And I love the Falcon. It's just the best ship in the world ever made. It's just the best spaceship in any film ever. There is no ship quite like the Falcon. Not really. Let me just make sure that's not pushing the gun. Yeah. Anybody that wasn't watching at the start, by the way, if you're wondering what this is my spinny thing from my spray booth. This thing. With 3 spray can lids taped down. And it's how I mount the Falcon on top of it, so that when I'm working on it, I'm not crushing the gun. Because when you make this kit, you have to, if you do it the way I do it, you have to install these before you put the hull together. Because you cannot, the gunwale inside is attached to this, and this has to go on with the gunwale like that. You can't put the gunwale on this and then try and drop it in. It doesn't work. And especially now I've actually had to drop this in, the other one sideways. So yeah, so you're going to have the guns on. You could take these bits off and not stuff, but I've glued these down. So you could, of course, just have this bit pop off. That would also make life easier, I suppose. Apart from the USS Defiant. Ooh, yeah. No, see, to me, this is the best ship, but very, 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 very close second. In fact, no, I'm gonna change my mind. This is the second best ship, because the best ship is the Reliant. Unfortunately, every time I've tried to make a model of the Reliant, it's just been disaster. Because the only models are things like the AMT Reliants. There's one that AMT did that was like that big, and it's now the Polar Lights one is the same size. And they're just, this is a little micro machines. But I've tried to make a number of Reliants over the year, and it always ends in sadness. So I may revisit it again, because last time I tried to make one, I didn't know about the Aztec dummy vinyl, Aztec pattern. I wouldn't use Aztec pattern decals. I'd rather paint it. But the thing that makes me laugh about the Reliant is that whenever you see somebody build a Reliant, I'm just going to move that around a bit. Whenever you see, let me line that up. Whenever you see a build of the Reliant, it's always painted this colour, which is completely wrong. absolutely wrong, because the Reliant was duck egg blue. A lot of the photographs look like it's grey, but I found one photograph of the studio model, and it was taken from above, and it was the most brilliant duck egg blue with slightly different shades of blue for the Aztec paneling. So, and as far as I can tell, been able to find out, that was the actual colour of the Reliant, was this kind of wonderful duck egg blue colour. It looks different on film because that's how film works. How colour, film cameras and colour reproduction works. But yeah, if you're painting a Reliant, duck egg blue, shades of blues and greeny blues and things like the Enterprise D. This isn't lining up very well. Hang on, let me adjust my widgets. There we go. I think that's better. Trying to make sure it's lined up properly on my little supports. That'll do. The Defiant will kick its ass. Yes, the Defiant's a tough little ship. Anyway, I think that's going to do us, because it's, good God, it's nearly 1 o'clock. I need to go and brush my teeth and go to bed and sleep. The sleep of the just. So that's going to do us. Thank you very much for watching. Episode 5.5 of the build went up today on this eModels channel. So do make sure if you've not watched it, you go and watch that. It tells you, I show you how I got to this stage with all the paint and stuff. I'll do one more cut of this while we're talking. But yeah, go and watch that. Episode 5.6. It might be 5.6. It might be a different number. Depends what I need to do in that video. The next episode hasn't started filming yet. Oops, Daisy. Locking it. Because that will be decals and then all the weathering and everything else. So I haven't started filming that yet because I need to get all this out of the way first. So stay tuned. It might be a week or so, a week or two. Oh, sorry, I'm just getting carried away doing this now. I'm not talking to you. But yeah, don't forget, of course, this kit is now available at emodels.co.uk. So if you've been fancying yourself the best Falcon available, keep in mind, if you don't know which is which, the limited edition kit, that's this one with the waterslide decals and the metal photo etch parts, that is the one in the black box where you can see like a black and white, almost shaded silhouette of this ship. It's a very faint, dark photograph. The non-limited edition version, the one that comes with stickers and no photo etch and no water slides, that's got a colour picture of the Falcon on the front. And I think it says Millennium Falcon in yellow. It's all quite bright box. And it will also say, I think it will say standard edition on the box. I think. I could be wrong. But the one that's in stock at eModels at the minute, there is a link in the description below, if not this video. I think there's a link in the description below this video, but there should be one in the description below the latest episode 5.5 build video. That's the link for this one. eModels have this in stock. I'm not going to tell you how many they have, but they have this in stock, and they snapped up the entire UK stock of this kit. Because remember, this kit is out of production. They don't make it anymore. Not this limited edition one. And eModels managed to snag every single kit available in the UK. So there might be some other retailers that have one or two in stock. I don't know. Unlikely. But it might be unlikely because eModels bought all of them. So if you want to snag one, make sure you do it soon. Because once eModels have sold all their stock of this specific kit, there is no guarantee they will ever find any more. I mean, they might find the odd one every now and then, but it's like the Dora. Dora hasn't been in print for like 6 years, but every now and then one pops up that hasn't been opened. It's still boxed or untouched, and eModels snap it up and they get one, but it's not been in print for years. And that kit is now 700 quid. It used to be 400 quid. So this is out of print. Once eModels sells all theirs, they might get one every now and then, but it won't be 300 quid. It'll be suddenly massively overpriced or higher priced because it'll be a real collector's thing then, because it'll be so rare. So if you've been looking at getting one of these, slap it up while you can. Anyway, that's my salesman pitch for the night. I have to do it. There you go. I ain't no salesman. But yes, thank you very much for watching, everyone. I will be back tomorrow night with another stream of this on my channel for my Patreon supporters tomorrow, and then on Friday for my YouTube channel members exclusively for those guys on my channel. But stay tuned on this channel because tomorrow, if I manage to get a chance to do it, you should have the next episode of Festa's ball tank build. Yes, that should be up tomorrow. I've downloaded it, Colin. I've got to upload it tomorrow, so that should be up tomorrow at some point. So stay tuned for that. And of course, myself, Colin, Chris, and Ted, hopefully, will see you back here not next month. Next Monday's a bank holiday. There's no Monday show next week. The Monday after next, we'll see you. And you might have another Falcon episode by then. You never know. But yeah, take care of yourselves. Go and spend lots of money at e-models because you have to. But go make something awesome. I'm going to see. Let me just check my buttons work. Wow, my buttons still work. That's not normal. Go make something awesome. Like this. Go be awesome. You already know you're awesome. Look, if you're on a big telly, there's an enormous finger pointing finger. Go be awesome. And until next time, I shall say thank you very much for watching. Take care. And I shall say adios, amoebas.
Slap it on.
I forgot to wave. Bye.